This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack. Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 323. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
Khalid.
And today, we get a real spicy historical ep for everybody, I think.
Yeah.
A real shocking banger that kind of dovetails, like if anybody's been following our last few episodes on the Patreon about the new left underground media and in the San Francisco Bay Area in the 60s and 70s. This episode today is going to cover a lot of the same like historical ground and events, but from a very different angle this time. I think, we were kind of focusing on like how are these things covered in like the podcasts of their day, in a kind of way.
In
the Berkeley bar.
Right, and the kind of, like the quote unquote underground press, and then also the sort of more mainstream, like new left press. This episode, I think maybe we'll get into kind of how this is like treated in sort of like Black Nationalist and, like Black Muslim and like other periodicals that were kind of circulating at the same time. Mm-hmm. And kind of like we'll explore some of the same thought lines that came up in those episodes. But like, from a different angle, which is, definitely a very interesting one.
Yeah. And I think, a really important aspect of this era, I had a little stroke of inspiration the other night when I was compiling all those episodes, and I thought, what would be a good overarching title? Because we didn't really have one, and I thought the years of lead,
right?
Like
newspaper
lead, because everything was so mediated, like our,
You've gotten really good at the puns,
hey,
like,
we're in 323 now, so I've had a little practice, but in a way, this could be included in the broader series of the years of lead. Though we are today, we're traveling a little bit in the great state of California, from the San Francisco Bay Area, where I was born and raised, to the place I live today, the great Southland of Los Angeles. And we're going to get a little taste of what the radical struggle was like down here in LA. And it is interesting, like for all the fuckery that was going on in the San Francisco Bay Area that we, covered extensively, it still does, like, it kind of surprises me because LA's not like, it has all the problems. Like, LAPD still sus. Like, everything still sus here. But that said, like in the 60s and 70s and obviously in the 80s and 90s up through the Rodney King riots, like LA, I think that somebody said it in one of these documentaries with the SLA that we'll probably talk about in maybe next week. But they said, like when the SLA went down to Los Angeles, like they didn't understand. Things were different down there. Like police wise, they didn't play like by the same rules as like Northern California law enforcement did. And I'm already thinking like, well, Northern California law enforcement is like You got the Oakland PD, which is like their brutality literally like in spot kind of instigates like the Black Panther formation, and armed patrols of police. And then of course you have the infiltrators, the FBI. You got whatever CIA psychedelic susslords running around. But still, like Southern California, notoriously fascy, basically. If you want the most obvious kind of manifestation of like California fascism, you can go straight to the Los Angeles Police Department kind of during the Cold War period, an extremely vast and powerful and sus organization. But in the story we're getting to today, it is much more focused on LA, though of course like there's connections to actually some pretty like shocking big incidents in like the history of the Black radical left. I'm thinking mostly about like George Jackson, the Soledad brothers, and a couple very violent incidents that happened up there around the jails. Turns out there is a little connection to SoCal. And as we'll see later on, the SLA also deep. I think to fully understand the kind of the weird sus nuances of like the SLA story, this story needs to be told first. And this is the story of a man named Louis E. Tackwood that sort of comes out of the ether in 1971 to a group of like radical leftist kind of journalists and like activists, and approaches them with a story, an explosive story. And yeah, like to get back to I think the original thing I was saying about overall like this period, because we've read books about like how the Berkeley Barb covered things in Ramparts and the KPFA whatever, etc., and these splits in the face games and the heaviness discourse after 1969. You can't I feel like the weakness of a lot of the sources we kind of covered in those ones about media is, they mention, but they don't quite like emphasize the level of fuckery that was going on, like the level of intelligence agency and law enforcement fuckery in disrupting the radical left. I think. Yeah, I think that's why I mentioned like I really want to find out, like I want to kind of separate the like organic like ideological mistakes of these various radical groups, because there were mistakes, versus things that they were kind of like either finessed into kind of adopting, or like things that were seeded by, in some cases, straight up like agents, or or like an event happens that's actually kind of like a police provocation, but it's sort of interpreted totally differently because people think that it's like an authentic radical left action, so you have to defend it on like authentic grounds. Like you have to. It's very important.
The two, because like those like existing mistakes are like always set upon immediately and exploited. Like any kind of like existing like ideological fault line or error or like misstep will like immediately be seized upon and like used in those more like directly insidious ways.
Yeah, oftentimes there will be kind of a real like momentum when the cops notice maybe that like a group is making is prone to making a misstep or is doing something that could like backfire on them. I feel as we kind of see in the story, the cops are like clever enough to tell their informants to like push for that, like definitely convince everybody that's the best idea ever and they should do it right now, like that kind of thing. So every mistake can potentially get like exacerbated, like because there's untrustworthy people in the milieu that are kind of pushing for it.
And every like you just get you get a letter. It's like, hey, bro, like this guy said this about you, or like whatever. Like they were saying like this crap, or like any like and they can make stuff up. They can like use actual things, but. And it's like a mix, but like they can like really create these like rifts and fractures. And like that plays a role amidst like all these other strategies that they use to like totally undermine like these various movements. And I think it also it underscores like the importance of this stuff, underscores the like that you have to consider like the aspects of like kind of organized conspiracy by the ruling class and its agents, the pigs,
the police structure,
right.
which yeah, I'm back leaning more into pig positive territory. Despite like Bernadine Doran, whatever she said, I get the pig thing, and they're acting in a pig-like manner. The police and kind of intelligence apparatus, and I think that's why we always stress in like a kind of analysis of like radical history or working class struggle and things like that. There's been whole cottage industries made out of discussing like, where did the left go wrong? What's wrong with the left today? How do we get the left and blah, 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 and Trump got elected and Reagan got elected, and how it kind of goes back to this like original, like the original failure of the boomers to like fully institute like a social democracy like in the 60s and early 70s. Instead, we got the neoliberal revolution and fucking Mickey Mouse Reagan, like the arch enemy of and Tricky Dick Nixon got taken out, but it's more because he pissed off too many like libs and like Rockefeller Republicans, I think, than the left defeated him, right? It was almost like an accident from the left's perspective that he got taken down so hard. But then, Ronald Reagan is the true kind of revenge of like fascist pig California that comes back in the 80s. And, it's like it is really dispiriting that so much of these radical leftists in the 70s who were really right on. I mean, some of them were killed, some of them were driven into exile or put into prison, but a lot of them weren't. And I don't know. I mean, some of them kept up like the good fight and whatever throughout the 80s, but it's like you would have thought that, 1980 Reagan gets elected and starts doing all this psycho shit, that this would be another resurgence point for like the radical left that had been fighting him for decades at this point. But like they're kind of nowhere to be found in the 80s. And I think there's a lot of reasons why. I think one is because many. But I think one is that, if we go through, there were a series of spectacular events and also just like a grinding down and a kind of an isolate, containment policy, but also a series of like shocking events that took the wind out of the sails of like the radical left, especially in California in the 1970s.
And they were like extremely serious, they were going to talk about some things that like might be like murky or unsubstantiated or come from like, people who like we can't put like full confidence in, or who don't have like documentation or anything like that. But even in terms of what like is now admitted by the FBI, like et cetera, like by the police, like it, like they really like were like they viewed the left as like an enemy combatant, more or less, or like like a force that could be like destroyed by all means necessary. Like they, that they could use like whatever they like in their arsenal to undermine this. Like, nothing was really off the table.
Absolutely. And and killing and knocking, like destroying them systematically through highly illegal, manipulative and violent actions, like conspiratorial actions, like kind of worked overall and laid the groundwork for like modern America that we have today, where you couldn't even really think about something like like a Black Panther party or even a kind of radical SDS. Like the DSA doesn't quite like no groups today even kind of add up to the intensity of like the radical left groups and of this period. And as much as I think we can look at some of these groups, and I think particularly like among the white leftists, and I think they're we've critiqued, like I think there's certain maybe like blind spots or naivetes, or like they did some things wrong. They also were like pretty serious, right? Like most of them, I think. If anything, like the whole yippie, like Mary prankster, all that shit, almost like shit coats how serious like huge chunks of this like new left were. both like,
well, and it was like literally designed to derail like the actual like revolutionary potential that like existed, like everything that like served to undermine any kind of danger it posed to like powered capitalism, et cetera, was like very deliberately magnified and like very deliberately encouraged and promoted, and everything that actually was a threat to those things, imperialism, capitalism, the power in this country in general, like those things were like very, very aggressively undermined. And that's why like the legacy of it is like such as it is. But like, I think that's like the sort of issue is like, we need to recognize this as like a historiography of failure, not as success, because that is like kind of like we are living in kind of this like a matrix, to use like the stupid, stock analogy, but like, anything like this, it could be, or like we're, we have like a false narrative that is like so ubiquitous, where like this, the 60s or radicalism like was a great success and we made all these achievements, and now look, we can even have someone like Hillary Clinton running for president, and it's like, what, like this is kind of opposite world. It's kind of like the Man in the High Castle or something, to use another pop culture illusion, right? Like it's like we like have this totally false understanding, when really this should be about like how like that, whatever was positive about that movement, and really what that movement was in any kind of like essential way, if you could talk about that, then it would have to be about this movement being totally crushed and destroyed, in a small, in some way co-opted, but and very like much repressed.
And at the same time, I do want to emphasize, because like I said, there's been so much discourse last like 50 years and still to today about like this kind of navel gazy, like, oh, like what did we do? Like we didn't, was it because we were too strident, because they used too much heavy language? Was it because they were too woke, because they're too feminist, because they didn't focus on the hard hat worker enough, or like all these different things? The number one is like they were annihilated in a brutal class war program, like by like the ruling class of capital conspired extensively and used this opportunity to destroy the radical left as like a kind of an excuse and like an opportunity to build the first like nation like interlinked, kind of like an interweb or an internet of law enforcement. I think what kind of really strikes me about this book, which I'll get into the intro in a second, is the amount of times the LAPD, infiltrator Louis E. Tackwood like keeps talking about like, you don't understand, man. There's a building downtown with a big computer. It's got everybody's name in it, and like any other police department can look it up in 5 seconds, and like you'll never have. There's no chance to start over again in America.
If your phone's bugged, it's only because they want you to know that your phone's bugged.
Yeah, they want to start a situation, and freak you out. But he's talking about shit like this is right after like ARPANET goes online in Los Angeles in the Bay Area. In I think 1969, like the first kind of academic research, like internet network is activated, and at the same time it might have worked a little bit like differently. They might have been using older computers, but like the police departments of America were in the process, like in partnership kind of with the FBI, of like linking all of their intelligence databases and their files into like a national database, which I think would eventually, I think like by like the 80s, it would be fully, operational. And now we don't even think about it, like one, they just have like the internet. Of course they could do that.
Right.
But like this was presented as like, it made me think about, I think what we're going to talk about next week, like Palantir, their dominance in the world. And this is the America we live in now. Like
totally.
This book has a very chilling thing about like kind of like Californian technocratic fascism. Like there's a type of techno-fascism that is being developed in California, not just in Silicon Valley, but in the halls of the LAPD, in these like secret intelligence units.
Yes.
And actually he claims that California was like chosen, and LA specifically was chosen to be like the pilot city for this national system that like would be built, and it would be able to track like all radical subversive elements, anybody who's a communist, and that way they could move to another state, you could still grab them easily.
That's like one thing that definitely comes through in like reading about like leftism and reading like actual like primary sources from like left-wing media, left-wing periodicals like from the mid 20th century, is that like a lot of like they're kind of like dystopian nightmare stuff that'd be like, oh come on, that's a conspiracy theory, like that is like, you can kind of see this in Pynchon's Vineland actually when we're talking about that book like a while back on Slow Learners, like the kind of like omnipotent or omniscient computer is kind of this sort of like Pynchonian specter, like in that novel, in a way where it's like, ooh, like could a computer really be like but of course that was even later than all of this, and even then it was kind of like woo, but now it's like absolutely 100% just our reality, like just this is all come to fruition. So like really you can't like discount that in terms of like understanding like how different like the lay of the land was, and how much like actually the potentialities like were different like that existed, whereas now like in the deep capture that we currently exist in, I mean like I'm looking at myself like in this little box like saying this on my stupid screen, and I'm just like, God,
everything is now filtered kind of automatically through surveillance systems. I mean, the other thing that really jumps out at me is like whenever any of these books or journalism from this period talk about the NSA, it's like nobody's ever heard of this before. They're like there was somebody from the National Security Agency, a highly secretive and like mostly unknown thing, and like they don't even know what it does. Like in the 70s,
it wasn't like acknowledged to exist until like relatively recently.
No like such agency is what they called it. No such agency. Right. And I think now it'd be like they do cryptography and computer stuff, obviously, but like I mean, we live in like a post Snowden. I feel like even before Snowden, we like kind of knew vaguely what the NSA like did, but like in this era, it was very, very secretive, and it sounds like they had a lot of field agents that weren't just doing like computer code breaking, but were like out. It was kind of like if you needed some real deep state motherfuckers to go out and like do some shady shit, like send out some NSA people.
There were domestic spying operations like by the NSA like during this time. I remember like there was one like targeting the Nation of Islam and Malcolm X and like people around him, like that was run by the NSA.
It seemed that just like with Ramparts getting investigated by MH Chaos, it seemed like the modus operandi was to make the excuse that you were investigating foreign backing of any radical group that you didn't like, and then that gave them basically like legal carte blanche to wiretap them, bug them, surveil them, whatever, and like fuck with them because we got to find out if but then of course when they would find out, like in the case of Ramparts, that they weren't getting money from Cuba or Vietnam or the Soviet Union, whatever, they still found ways to fuck with them. And then in this period specifically, the first term of Nixon, you do see a kind of, it's hard not to be reminded a little bit of what we're going through right now, where Nixon, like obviously COINTELPRO was going on like in the 50s and 60s. And there was fuckery. There's MH Chaos going on in the late 60s. But Nixon even throws aside kind of the light kind of regulations that were put in place by Attorney General Ramsey Clark under LBJ, and just starts making the argument that like the FBI can literally wiretap like anybody because like national security, and just like almost like the way the Trump administration now is like just throwing away any kind of like legalistic pretext for like what they're doing. And just being like, we're the executive, fuck you. Like, we can do it. And I think that, that's like, it's different degrees of the same thing. But it also there was this very kind of scary, like, nexus around Richard Nixon in the early 70s, almost comparable to what you would see, and it's probably the same nexus that honestly was around Governor Ronald Reagan at the time as well, right? You couldn't have a more friendlier, fashy asset in the governor's mansion, during this exact period, right? Than Mickey Mouse Reagan, and so I think eventually, just like we touched on as well, I think there was even a little bit of an intra-elite like class dispute over some of this stuff. I think even some of the old kind of waspy Republicans who kind of got frozen out by the Nixon White House because, like John Ehrlichman didn't like the chair of the RNC and whatever, like they kind of got a little frustrated with Nixon. I think then even maybe his super right-wing supporters in his second term, when he opened up to China and kind of made a peace agreement to like pull out of Vietnam and things like that, they might have been like, hey, bro, what the fuck? Like, you're supposed to be our anti-communist warrior. Like, what the fuck? And I don't know, like, Nixon's such a murky personality. I mean, a little bit insane. Knew where all the skeletons were buried, kind of thing. I almost feel like, he came out the gate in his first term hot and was fully on board with crushing the left by all of these dirty methods, like full endorsement, total, epic fury, like destroy them by any means necessary. And then maybe on the international scene, he was like, maybe he was influenced by Kissinger or whatnot, and believed in like realpolitik and like detente, opening up to China and playing a little more delicate, a game that you would expect like the Northeastern establishment to play. Like, let's become friends with China, and then like subtly use them to like undermine Soviet support and blah blah blah. But I don't know, and maybe these things kind of caught up with him. In fact, the Nixon thing, like even Watergate, like weaves through this story of Louis Tackwood in ways that I was actually shocked that I had never really like heard about. You could even, some people kind of make the claim later. I listened to some later coverage, I think on KPFK, Pacifica Radio in Los Angeles, with one of the authors who worked on this book we're going to talk about. I think it was Donald Freed. Honestly, kind of a, I don't say this often, but I feel like Donald Freed, pretty based, holds up pretty well from this era. He did a lot of like investigative work on like both the JFK assassination. He was part of the group, the Friends of the Panthers, kind of like white supporters of the Black Panthers. Was very close with Huey Newton, etc. But I think he said that something about how the Watergate break-in, like the fact that they got caught, disrupted a terrifying plot that like Tackwood was trying to warn people about, that like might have happened at the Republican National Convention in 1972.
Yeah, right.
A Reichstag fire.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
That's actually a big part of it, because this comes out in 1971. Like the late 1971 is when Tackwood goes to these people, and it's like that's one of kind of the impetuses for him wanting to like come clean about what's going on, is he claims to have information on like a Reichstag fire type like false flag terrorist attack on the Republican National Convention that will trigger martial law and like an excuse for Nixon to like cancel the 1972 elections and round up all the hippies and radicals and Black Panther type people into like concentration camps. And it's just interesting. I mean, we'll revisit that later. I think it was even called by some people Operation Gemstone was like the name of this thing. But there are some really like creepy, weird connections between a lot of the Watergate personalities and like some of the people that Tackwood was kind of like aware of and that kind of shit. But anyways, maybe I'll read. Let me see if I can bring it up here real quick for y'all. This book, I would highly recommend this book. It's a little bit tricky to find like a good copy. There's a copy of it on archive.org, but it's like a really crunchy scan that is hard to read. But I think if you go to, there's that like Polish website like document.pub or something. Like you type in Glasshouse tapes, you could find a good PDF scan of the paperback. The book came out in 1973, but the allegations contained in it were released to the press in late 1971. And they were, I'll give credit to where it's due. They were broadcast on a press conference at KPFK Radio, Pacifica Radio Los Angeles. It was simulcast on WBAI in New York and KPFA in Berkeley. And the book does credit, I'll say up the front, like KPFA or KPFK and the Black Muslim newspaper Muhammad Speaks were like the two like news outlets that covered this story like with the satisfactorily according to the authors.
Right. Yes.
Whereas like the mainstream ones, like it varied from kind of arming it outright. I mean, like, you can't trust this guy to kind of interesting story, but who can really say, that kind of shit.
Actually, I mean, Muhammad Speaks did like extensive coverage of this. Let me actually read like their first kind of article about it, because it's just an overview. They eventually did like an interview with him, which might be good to read, but this is like a good overview of the whole sort of incident. And it was published on October 29th, 1971. The article is by Lonnie Kashif from Washington, D.C. Louis Tackwood, 26, a self-confessed ex-convict, spy, police agent, and conspirator, disclosed last week that the Security Investigations Section of the Los Angeles Police Department assigned him the task of making the anonymous telephone call which set off the police raid on Muhammad's mosque in Los Angeles in 1965, according to the October 17th edition of the Washington Post. In a sordid, twisted tale of deception, murder, and intrigue which began in his youth, Tackwood, a black man, revealed that after the Watts riot, the police department came to the conclusion that the black Muslims were getting too big, too powerful, and that he was instructed to make a phone call to the police precinct saying there were guns going in and out of the Muslim mosque, the Post reported. The result was that all kinds of police came in and shot the place up. Tackwood, according to the story, is described as something of a pathological conspirator who has read Machiavelli's The Prince 9 times and The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, a documentary on the rise of Hitler, 4 times. While the Post story focused romantically upon the conspiratorial profile of Tackwood, this vicious web of government-ordered assassinations, plots, and counterplots is more worthy of horror than romance. Tackwood, quoted as calling himself the master of conspiracy, is reported now to be broke, without a job, and hated by the people on whom he informed, his main stock in trade. His fate now, according to the story, is in the hands of a leftist radical group operating out of Venice, which reportedly arranged for the Free Press in Los Angeles to publish his activities in a book on police intelligence and activities. Claiming to have infiltrated several groups, including the Black Panthers, Tackwood boasted intimate involvement in activity ranging from informant to negotiation of killing the Black Panthers by, quote, U.S., a group led by Ron Karenga, or us, it's probably called us, on the orders of SIS, the police spy unit. Tackwood said he frequently brought money to Karenga and told him to that is kill, Panthers, the Post reported. Tackwood, whose spy activity included such things as buying arms and dynamite to protect his quote-unquote cover, was recruited by LA police in 1962 after he was arrested for auto theft. In April of that same year, the LA police made an unprovoked attack upon the local mosque, number 27, killing Muslim Secretary Ronald Stokes and wounding 6 others, one of whom remains paralyzed today. The police claimed at the time that they had received reports of guns being stored in the mosque. He goes on. For the cooperation, Tackwood reportedly told reporters he was granted immunity from prosecution. He was arrested at least a dozen times in the 9 years following his initial complicity with the police, but spent little time in jail. I had a free hand to do what I wanted. Anything I did was okay. Like saying, go out and commit all the crimes you want, and if you get busted, they'll pull you out, he was quoted as saying. Tackwood's activity, nonetheless, is only unique as an elaborate confession. It should come as no surprise to the masses of black people. Messenger Elijah Muhammad has warned black people for many years about the sinister and treacherous plots designed to stop the spread of truth and to divide the black community. Plots and scenarios of all descriptions, such as that related by Tackwood, have been aimed at the Nation of Islam for more than 40 years. Infiltrators such as Ben Holman, presently the head of the Justice Department's Community Relations Service, and a former Washington Post reporter, Walter Terry, alias Walter Johnson, who registered as Muslim in the Chicago and Washington mosque respectively, and later wrote so-called exposé articles and others, have failed to stop the spread of Islam or disunite the Muslims. The axiomatic recruitment policies of spy outfits, that of selecting prison inmates, homosexuals, or others who can be bribed to work as informants, fifth columnists, or saboteurs, has been of no avail against the teachings of Messenger Muhammad and the unity of the Muslims.
Right on.
Yeah.
They didn't have trouble believing this shit. Unlike a lot of those serious news outlets.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, say what you will about like Mohammed Speaks, but like they definitely like had like a good like geopolitical perspective. Like like unlike Ramparts, like their take on Israel was like very principled and like they like understood the situation perfectly. I mean, literally right under that article is an article like criticizing Reza Pahlavi and talking about like U.S. imperialism in Iran.
I saw that. Yeah. That was a pretty righteous issue. And. Yeah. Flipping around some Black Panther newspapers as well. I was actually really like struck by the quality of like their like global political analysis, and like, you know, it's written in a bit of a hip, like punchy style, but it's very serious. Like it's not like, you know, sometimes like these books we read where I sometimes worry that like they're cherry picking too much. Like, yeah, Eldridge said once, like, kill a pig today. Like, but like that wasn't like the normal output of the Black Panthers, nor was it like the Black Muslims like doing crazy like, oh, we gotta go kill Whitey, whatever. Like, you know, like I think that it was a little more. It wasn't quite as ubiquitous as some of these authors like to paint it, but
well, I think like this is something that I wanted to mention before, like when you were talking about like, oh, you know, where did we go wrong? Were we to this? Were we to that? Like, did we rhetorically, you know, like misstep in one way or another? A lot of that, like actual, like kind of like hemming and hawing and that kind of, you know, wrangling over that type of thing was like also like encouraged by like the FBI and by, you know, these like intelligence agencies. Like they like wanted to discredit these groups and portray them as crazy or unreasonable or unserious or criminal. Like they like that was like a huge part of what they were doing.
To bait them into a shootout so that they feel pressured to like be hard and like be heavy, and then they do something and then it triggers a police crackdown. It's not a new strategy, by the way. It's one of the things I like about the Glasshouse Tapes book is it goes back into the history of the LAPD and actually ties it. You know, it's very concerned with this idea of like the informer, the agent provocateur, you know, which Louis Tackwood was, and how there's like a pretty long history of that, you know, happening in American history. I mean, if you want a really good example, go back to last year, our episodes about the Molly Maguires, you know, and that was Irish immigrant coal miners in the late 1800s in Pennsylvania, but like via the Pinkerton Agency, you can see a kind of like a similarity, but certain similarities between the personalities of James McParland, the Irish spy sent in, who then became the heaviest of the heavy, didn't he? Right,
exactly,
of like just running down a hill with 2 fucking guns, like drunk and fighting people all the time, and like, it's time to do action. We got to kill these mind bodies, like that kind of shit. And then he walks into court and gets all these guys hanged, you know, and confesses he was an agent. Or, you know, more contemporary to this example, crazy Tom Mosher. I meant to go back and listen to our episode on that. That was like episode 99 that we did. But I think there might even be literal overlaps between Louis Tackwood and Tom Mosher. Because I remember in that there was a lot of talk, a lot of fuzzy talk about Black Panthers were in the Santa Cruz Mountains training people with explosives. Right. Mm-hmm. And like Tom Mosher was kind of involved in like roping people into like going there and stuff and trying to get like some kind of bombing plot to happen. And, you know, he was an FBI informant the entire time, but he also was this tough white boy from the streets of Chicago, little punk rocker, fucking fuck you, like up against the wall, motherfucker, you know, just like a little bad boy. And was constantly kind of like flexing on anybody that wasn't as hardcore as he was. And then it turns out he's like a fucking FBI guy the entire time. So, you know, I think the only thing I'm convinced of in terms of like, you know, was the left to this or not enough that or this or what, the only thing I could say confidently is like, they could have been more noited, and a lot of them were, but like in general, like you almost couldn't be noited enough in this era.
You
like,
really couldn't, because like being noited like also was like a tactic that was like, or you know, maybe like I don't know,
being vigilant.
Like,
vigilant.
Maybe
vigilant is the best thing.
Like they wanted to like encourage paranoia. You know, they wanted everyone to be pointing fingers at each other.
Well, yeah.
You know.
Well, you know, as we always do, I think critical paranoia, you know, is better than just like freewheeling paranoia.
Right. I mean, there's definitely cause to be paranoid, but people also like kind of allow themselves to be manipulated.
So maybe vigilance is the better word. In, you know, very, very vigilant. and I do want to say, like, given that like Pacifica Radio was one of the organizations that like covered the Louis Tackwood story pretty heavily, that it's not like some of these media outlets that we might have seen as like a little bit I don't know, compromised or something like that. Like they did do a pretty good job for a while, like in the 70s, of airing out these quote unquote conspiracy things. I mean, they would have Mae Brussel on, they would have Donald Freed, one of the people on this committee, to talk about these things. It just like it didn't like stick. Like eventually, I don't know, like something happened throughout the rest of the 70s where I'm actually like impressed by how kind of like noited and like vigilant people are being in like 1971 to like 1975. Like they're on a lot of issues, like they, and then like the church committees came out, and then Watergate happened, which is like even normies had to like admit that all these like terrible, weird, illegal things were happening in the halls of power. But it's like crazy that like then 5 years later, Ronald Reagan gets elected in a landslide and like is actually that was good. And then everyone just goes along with it. Like it's mine. And you can't blame that, I guess, like solely on like, the left. But I would say that like there's almost been like a lost legacy of even the people that participated in this era. Like some of them went on to be like vigilant for life, and were like didn't, lib out or whatever. But like a lot of people did kind of lib out and check out and kind of just become like yuppies and like liberal yuppies who lived in the fucking Bay Area and were like, and then we're like susceptible to getting psyoped by like fucking Stuart Brand and whatever bozos were left, whatever bozo icons were left standing from the counterculture to like promise them the internet's going to be like bring utopia and blah, blah. And like, we should just vote for Democrats and it'll be fine, et cetera, et cetera. Like there, like you hate to see it. So I think for like leftists today, like I'd like to reconnect us to the history where like everybody, even if you're, KPFA getting Ford Foundation money, you were like being noited to some degree and like taking this stuff seriously. And maybe even like the influence of like the high esteem that the white leftists in like Berkeley and San Francisco held for like the Black Panthers, I think in a lot of ways is like productive because they were willing to take the Black Panthers seriously when they were, or the Black Muslims seriously when they were saying like, no, this shit is going on. It's like, wow, we have to like, and maybe we can tie it to other like crazy kind of deep events that like are happening. Peter Dale Scott was on the radio, like the alternative press and everything during this period. The Berkeley Barb actually printed a pretty good coverage of the Louis Tackwood story that I forget, it was like a reprint of one of the LA Underground Press articles that also was like the writers of this book thought it was like a pretty good, coverage. So like the Berkeley Barb, they were being with it and everything. And then just like, like it still felt like people's consciousness was being raised in this period. But then, then we look back and read some of these books today and it's like, oh yeah, the left was totally like annihilated and like, disorganized and a non-entity by like 1974, or something like that. Like by the time Watergate, hit and the Vietnam War ended. But it's like, there's still issues. Like, it's not like anything was really resolved except for, the war ended. But like, Jesus, like we're setting up a police state, and like all these leaders got assassinated in the 60s. Like, I guess there was, the Rockefeller Commission on MK Ultra and the Church Committee and, like that brought out some things, but goddamn, maybe it was just kind of the mighty Wurlitzer was able to kind of metabolize and then move on. And then, then isolated things like Patty Hearst takes up like so much the attention of like America's attention on like left politics for like a good 2 years, if you include the trial and everything, like a good like 2-3 years, like this big tabloid saga. Then you have Jonestown, another dark mark on the legacy of San Francisco left, which is so sus. But then like the sus part of the story doesn't really get it. It's like, oh, don't drink the Kool-Aid. Wow, these leftos are wanky, blah blah blah. And at that point, that's what, 1978, 79. And then you have the the storming of our beautiful embassy in Tehran, which I think also like distracts everybody for like a year, you know, and makes everybody like, no, America is being like cucked and looks weak. No. And it's like it built up enough of a softening of the American brain and like an anxiety about, you know, there's also like tough economic times. You have stagflation happening, you know, high oil prices, all this stuff. Somehow, like they're able to slide back in.
I liked this article that you dug up on JSTOR by Gary T. Marks. Thoughts on an elected category of social movement participant: the agent, provocateur, and the informant. Which is like kind of like an interesting, like it's like a sociological analysis of like the role of informants and agent provocateurs in social movements. Kind of arguing that like the role of such people is like not, you know, adequately taken into account by the discipline of sociology. And there's this one interesting part at the end where like it's interesting because it kind of talks about like the basically that how these people, like these agent provocateurs and these informants, can really like shape these like movements and in some ways like shape the entire character of this period of history. Like it's a very interesting take. I mean, I also want to read the epigraphs of this article, which I think are great. We shall provoke you to acts of terror and then crush you. ZB Zubatov, Tsarist police director.
Oh yeah, that's actually yeah, I think the Glasshouse tapes also opens with an epitaph from Viktor Kaledin, Colonel, Imperial Russian Military Intelligence. He says, an agent provocateur is a police agent who is introduced into any political organization with instructions to foment discontent or to fake a case in order to give his employers the right to act against the organization in question.
Yeah, this guy has an interesting take kind of too that sort of actually connects this with the Russian Revolution. He writes that the range of consequences which a theory of the agent provocateur must account for can be suggested even if we are far from a theory able to do this. The movement may sometimes benefit from the presence of an agent. Specious activists may help perpetuate a protest group by offering the kinds of resources and moral support that are often in short supply among those who take highly unpopular positions and engage in illegal actions. Because of their need to be accepted, agents often work very hard and are often very successful at gaining new recruits for the movement, and even at starting new branches of a movement. Even acts of violence provoked or committed by agents may have consequences quite different from those desired by authorities. Given the dynamics of social movements, it is sometimes a risky business, from their perspective, for status quo elements to go around provoking protest. In an atmosphere of intense grievances, such as early 20th century Russia, such actions may backfire. And the footnote says, the case of the Russian police-sponsored labor unions, some of which got out of hand and joined the 1903 general strike, and of Malinovsky, a police agent, close colleague of Lenin, leader of the Bolsheviks inside Russia, and a Duma deputy, are examples. According to Wolff, both police and Bolsheviks set to work with great energy to secure their candidates. Duma election, the whole machinery of the Department of Interior and its police were mobilized to further Malinovsky's for fortunes. Yeah, there's no hyphen. Yeah. All the more popular of his potential rivals were eliminated by the simple expedient of throwing them into jail. Malinovsky's actions were a crucial factor in the split between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, a split desired by both police and Lenin, which may have aided the revolution. But returning to the body, the strategic consequences envisioned by radicals may prove more correct than those envisioned by authorities. Organizations may profit from dramatic events that serve as example and inspiration to others. The subsequent repression of the group may create martyrs and sympathy for it and help to publicize its cause. The exposure of the role of the agent provocateur may further reduce the legitimacy of the government. Yet, the negative effects are more apparent and, on balance, more damaging. Discovery of an agent, and even perpetuation of the myth of the agent, may lead to feelings of demoralization, helplessness, cynicism, and immobilizing paranoia, and can serve to disintegrate a movement, particularly if it is loosely structured, as was the case with many movements during the 1960s. When he is not discovered, the agent may encourage internal divisiveness and lines of action that are self-defeating, or not in the best interest of the organization. A democratic organizational form may be made impossible. Agents who rise to positions of leadership within the movement may have an important effect in shaping policy. The agent may directly or indirectly contribute to the violence and illegality associated with the group by the actions he takes to gain access to and to maintain credibility, through his efforts to entrap others in illegal activity, through the often violent response of activists to his presence when he is discovered, and the subsequent counter-response from authorities, and through the various self-fulfilling effects noted throughout this paper. This can serve to stigmatize the movement as violent alienate it from its potential constituency, and focus attention away from the basic issues. Its leadership may be decimated through imprisonment, and all the movement's resources and energy may have to be put into security, self-defense, and legal needs, even if activists are often not convicted. The role of authorities in a democratic society in driving groups underground and making them revolutionary, or more revolutionary sooner than they might have been, by denying them the opportunity to retain the reformist stance they so often begin with, has been noted before. The Panthers, for example, started as a local reform-oriented self-defense group that became increasingly revolutionary and violent in self-defense or retaliation. Their subsequent development was certainly a response, in part, to their internal ideology and the characteristics and wishes of members. But it is as certain the killing of Panthers by police, raids of questioned legality on their offices, extensive surveillance and use of undercover agents, denial of basic civil liberties, such as the right to make political speeches and distribute their literature, excessive stops for traffic offenses, general harassment, and their stigmatization by national political leaders had an important effect on their subsequent ideology and behavior and helped, to some extent, make true the original police assessments of them as a violent revolutionary group. The FBI, with agents on both sides, apparently played an important role in the split that occurred in the Black Panthers between Huey Newton and Eldridge Cleaver factions. It is only through studying the interaction between the Panthers and social control agencies that the development can be understood.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to read one day. I didn't have time this time, but Huey P. Newton eventually got a PhD in in the history of consciousness program at UC Santa Cruz.
Oh, hey,
yeah, which probably had some sus people connected with it, I would imagine. UC Santa Cruz is kind of a funky place, but it was actually advised by Donald Freed, and it was called War Against the Panthers, a study of repression in America. So I imagine he probably has a lot of information in that about, especially looking back from 1980, what was happening. There would definitely be agents that were uncovered throughout this heightened period of the late 60s, early 70s that actually got into some pretty high places in the Black Panther Party. And this book does discuss it, but yeah, maybe we should get into the informant himself, Louis E. Tackwood, and I guess the intro in this book here, I'll bring it up. Will also tell us a little bit about the group that he approached, and actually, I mean, I think I get a lot of respect, I guess, for this group. I think this group was a group of pretty heavy hitters and straight shooters, all things considered, in this era. This is the Citizens Research and Investigation Committee, or CRIC, based out of Venice, California. And they eventually published a book out of the information that Louis Tackwood brought to them. I did notice one little interesting irony. This was published in 1973 by Avon Books, a division of the Hearst Corporation, as in William Randolph Hearst, the grandfather of Patty Hearst. I don't think that really means anything. It's just kind of funny. But you considering what would happen to her next year, there's our quote from Russian military intelligence. Now, this is our squad right here. You'll notice Robert Dugan. He's kind of one of the main guys, one of the main protagonists in this. Barbara Morris Freed, who is the wife of editor Donald Freed. Peggy Holter, Marilyn Katz, also a big player. Bob Neiman, Rob Ridenour, Rick Sinclair, and then under investigative journalism, we have Mary Bess, Mae Brussel. So she was she was a part of this group, probably providing background research, and Michael McCarthy, and then the Bar Sinister Law Collective, which was a radical leftist group of lawyers, Joan Anderson, Dan Lund, that comprised this group, and a lot of these people were kind of brought in after the initial approach of Tackwood. So let's just go down here. So yeah, this is it's a very punchy book, and I like it a lot. So I'll read a little bit from the intro to give us a big scope. All right, so they write, a black man, a longtime spy for the police and FBI, reads about the Pentagon Papers and decides to confess. I'm in a prison setting. I'm with a crowd of friends. A fight breaks out. Then my friends start stabbing me. That's actually a recurring dream he would have. He'd have like a nightmare where he's in jail and then his friends start stabbing him. He defects from police intelligence, contacts a radical research group through an underground press source, tape records an amazing soliloquy of state power and fear, becomes a double agent running back and forth between the radicals and the government. The secret police, he says, have conspired against famous political prisoners and groups, Angela Davis, George Jackson, the Black Panthers, the Black Muslims, and ordinary citizens. A conspiracy is now afoot, he insists, and he was part of it, to provoke lethal violence in San Diego during the 1972 Republican Convention. Then, he says, the president would declare a state of national emergency. Thousands of men and women who have been labeled subversive by police intelligence would be rounded up in an electronic and physical dragnet. Then people would be penned up in camps. He paints pictures of American Reichstags and Buchenwalds, and one of the nation's outstanding lie detector operators says he is telling the truth. The oral history of the secret agent runs through this narrative as a motif. Most of the tapes were made while his life was in danger in 1971 and 72. It still is. He says, "Let me tell you, I'm a double-cross artist. I have to be to survive. All the partners I came up with are dead or in the joint. This is a war. I became their number one agent at the Glass House. They thought they was going to backstab me, but listen here, I crossed them so beautiful until it was pathetic. The Glass House is the building that contains the technology and personnel of Los Angeles' new police intelligence complex. Towering over the old municipal buildings, the Glass House is, in reality, a powerhouse plugged into a network of local, federal, military, and credit intelligence systems. In this information net are some 150 million Americans, men, women, and children. CRIC, the Citizens Research and Investigation Committee, has made a first attempt to understand the workings of the Glass House. The political scientist Robert S. Gerstein has written, quote, "This is the first fact of life in the data prison. The past is inescapable. The computer makes our whole past instantly available to anyone who may be interested. We cannot escape the consequences of our mistakes and our weaknesses, no matter how long ago we overcame them. Our capacity to create ourselves anew, to be what we choose to be without regard to what we may have been, will constantly be limited by the persistence of the image preserved in the computer." Oof, chilling, given where the society we live in now. Which is the shocking idea back, in 1973. A basic human need, what the ancient Greeks called ananke, is the need to know. Our Constitution gives us the right to know. Now the question is simply, whose need to know is greater, the few people with power or the many excluded from and deprived of power? CRIC is a function of this need of the people to know and to understand those secret forces and official conspiracies that deny most of us the autonomy of our lives and control of our institutions under the guise of law and order, national security, top secret eyes only, and always need to know. In a state of shock from the dizzying speed of change in our time, it is we who need to know, literally, to survive. Louis Tackwood is a creature of the Glass House. He is merely the restless figure in the foreground against the overpowering background of the state. But his lie, through propaganda, becomes our truth, his nightmare, our dream. All right, that was by Donald Freed and CRIC, and let's go down to part one. I think this is Robert Dugan and Marilyn Katz. These are the people that came into contact with Louis Tackwood. I guess, they were living in Venice. Robert Dugan had just returned from a trip to Latin America. Part of his deep lingering compulsion to be close to the Latin American revolutionary movement, he was in Chile when the first Marxist to be peacefully elected president of a country anywhere in the world was inaugurated. He danced to the streets with the thousands of people the night Allende was elected, witnessed their mirth, applauded their militancy. He was glad to be home. Venice was home to Dugan, even though there was no family to return to, no building he called his home, just a feeling that could not be duplicated anywhere else. Yeah, people forget now that Venice is bougie again. It was kind of run down and funky in like the 1960s and 70s, kind of a beatnik enclave, if you will. It also says that Venice is one of the selected areas of the city where the Metro Squad of the LAPD carries out its dry run riot training. So I guess they'd stomp around on like Venice Beach and do like riot exercises. and arrest people as like part of the practicing. Kind of messed up. But anyways, the telephone in Dugan's apartment shook with a ring. An unfamiliar voice identified itself as Mike McCarthy. Look, I have an important story under my wing, and I want to talk to someone I can trust. We have a mutual friend who recommended you to me. He told me that you were interested in what I just came across. It's urgent that we meet immediately. Christ, what is it this time? Dugan wondered. He had a reputation in revolutionary circles, possessed a certain integrity. He had no idea what the story was. So he left the apartment and plunged into a story that assaulted the imagination with an imagery that stood in the twilight between fiction and nonfiction, the world of the professional secret police spy. The setting for the meeting with McCarthy was incongruous. The house sat on a half-acre of land in an exclusive section of Pacific Palisades, a piece of ostentatious colonial architecture in the $100,000 price range. I guess that'd be the multi-million-dollar house today. The old mansion was complete with plush carpeting and high ceilings. Yeah, it is odd. I guess McCarthy owned this like mansion in the Pacific Palisades. It's never explained like whose mansion is this. But I guess maybe it was the LA Free Press writer, Michael McCarthy. He was a staff writer on political affairs for the largest underground weekly in the country, LA Free Press. He recited the story of a man who approached him earlier in the week and who claimed he was an undercover agent for the criminal conspiracy section of the LAPD. McCarthy said he talked of police conspiracies and frame-ups that the police were organizing against militants. McCarthy then began talking about his own background and how he himself had only recently gotten out of San Quentin, where he had been a friend of the Black revolutionaries, George Jackson and Huey P. Newton, and had known Eldridge Cleaver before Cleaver had been granted parole. Wow. So this guy goes pretty deep. He had met them during a 7-year period in prison behind a robbery of $7 worth of gasoline in a gas station. He had pulled the robbery out of pure desperation in order to get state aid for psychiatric care. It was an idle gesture. He was given an indeterminate sentence in the state pen. He came out a revolutionary. Much of what this police informer had to tell him corresponded to what McCarthy knew to be the mode of operation of snitches in the joint. McCarthy was thus in a unique position to judge the accuracy of parts of the informer's story. So I guess McCarthy was not, he was an ex-con, like he wasn't a rich guy. So I don't know why he's at a rich guy's mansion. Anyways, it was one of the few things in this book that like nagged at me. I'm like, why is he hanging out at this mansion in the Palisades? But anyways, the bizarre logic of random coincidence brought together for a brief period the three disparate lives of Robert Eugene Dugan, Michael McCarthy, and Louis E. Tackwood. As the days and weeks of late summer slipped past, Tackwood's revelations would affect an ever larger circle of people. As McCarthy began to unfold the story, the first thoughts that came to Dugan's mind dwelt on a setup. It was possible. Only months before, he had narrowly escaped being entrapped by a police undercover agent, James Jarrett. This is funny. Jarrett was an ex-Green Beret who had joined the LAPD intelligence squad and was assigned to infiltrate leftist political parties. His conception of the left was theatrical, borrowed from the I Led 3 Lives vision of the 50s, and mixed with a little of the modern Mission Impossible. Jarrett even covered his masquerade with a costume. He was never seen without his wraparound dark glasses, his field combat boots, and he always sported a jungle camouflage windbreaker. You always expected the green beanie to leave a meeting by helicopter and to arrive accompanied by a squad in assault formation. It's funny that this guy chose this look to go in to infiltrate the left, of just being like an operator. This Graham Plattner ass motherfucker is like, hey everybody, like I'm a leftist. Anyways, Jarrett set up a meeting between himself, Dugan, and the author Donald Freed, which became the pretext to plant hand grenades on Freed and actress-activist Shirley Douglas Sutherland, the daughter of a famous Canadian political leader. Dugan missed inclusion in the conspiracy only by being out of town. So that's actually funny. Shirley Douglas Sutherland at the time was the wife of Donald Sutherland and was also the daughter of, I think, one of the top politicians in the... the New Democratic Party, or the New Democrat Party in the NDP in Canada. So, but somebody from a high perch herself. But, it kind of explains why Donald Sutherland played like Mr. X in JFK. He was actually kind of down with like the Panthers and all these, and his wife at the time. They were mixed up in some of this. But damn, they tried to, frame all of them with hand grenades, right? Dugan had learned something since then. The thought of a new entrapment made him wary and toned his reflexes for suspicious patterns. Trying to detect any possible flaw, he listened carefully to McCarthy's story. The risks were obvious: conspiracy to receive stolen documents, bribery, and solicitation of confidential police information. But there was no crime in listening to a police informer tell the story of his life or describe the nature of his work. He felt he had to go ahead. McCarthy ran through the possibilities. Quote, Tackwood could just be fishing. You have to remember that when he came to us with his story, he hadn't been on an assignment for the LAPD or the FBI since the Berkeley councilman's campaign. More on that in a bit. It's possible that he's just fishing for a case to give them, but to go fishing blind doesn't make much sense. He had no way of knowing who he would be speaking to. So that doesn't jibe. Maybe it's just money, Dugan wondered. McCarthy said Tackwood had told him, I don't want no thousands. Just give me what you think it's worth. Look, if he's willing to go through an interview under our conditions, the first of which ought to be that he won't get any money for it, that it be held at a place of our selection, and that we make some provisions for taping the interview with or without his permission, I see no reason why we shouldn't go ahead. This could be a very big story, and it's conceivable that we'll expose the entire police intelligence operation before it's over. McCarthy agreed. He's met every other condition so far. I think he'll follow through. The thing I'm worried about is security. We have to find a secure place. We need a camera with a telephoto lens so that we can get his picture without him knowing it. He thinks, he gets a little panicked. He's thought to himself, what do you suppose they would do to us if they discovered we were meeting with one of their key agents provocateurs? He told McCarthy, look, we will need to get 2 tape recorders in a house with 2 phones in case he objects to having the conversation taped. You could conduct the interview while I sat in another room with a telephone and a recorder hooked up to it. I don't want to meet this guy in any case until we can make some assessment of his credibility. So they set up kind of a DIY wiretap. Let's go down here. So, it says, not since the La Follette Committee investigation in the 30s on the right of labor to organize had there been an exposure of domestic police intelligence surveillance and the infiltration of political organizations. Let's see. Yeah, he thought about who he should recruit for this. He thought about Marilyn Katz. She was an SDS organizer, I think, from Chicago. And the Chicago Red Squad, which was infamous, absolutely hated her. Then he thought about Joan Anderson. She was like a radical lawyer. I think Dan Lund, they both belonged to the Bar Sinister Law Collective. And then also thought, of course, of Donald Freed, a social anthropologist and author. He had a dramatic, creative sensibility quite different from the political worldview of the other members of the group. Freed was capable of mobilizing a variety of human resources. He could orchestrate skillfully, drawing out and clarifying the drama, farce, and tragedy as it unfolded. Even though he was not to meet Tackwood until after the public learned the story, Freed's ideas and criticisms were to come into full play in the months of contact with him. Yeah, Freed, kind of a cool guy. He wrote, I think he wrote the book that the movie Executive Action was based on. I think maybe Dalton Trumbo wrote the screen adaptation for it. But did you ever, I don't know if we talked about it before. That came out in 1973. It's I think you can watch it on YouTube, and it might have Burt Lancaster in it, but it's basically just an extremely straight up movie about the America's top intelligence agents and industrialists, very matter-of-factly meeting up, we need to kill JFK, and then going through every step of the process of how to do the cover-up, how to plant evidence that implicates Oswald and make him look like a communist, and a million. It's just it's kind of a very funny maniacally straightforward movie about the executive action to kill the president. So in terms of we've seen a lot of discourse, I don't know if you've seen it this week, about whether you can make a communist movie in Hollywood with a bunch of Ellison money.
Oh right, I did see this. Boots Riley. It was Boots Riley, right? And he was I need to do this because Engels owned a factory or whatever. It's dude, I don't know.
He was criticizing those anonymous pseudo-revolutionaries who were critiquing him. Kind of sad.
I remember
Boots
he
Riley,
has some kind of like really incoherent like account for why it was okay to like work with Ellison, Larry Ellison. Like,
you gotta, he got very defensive. You kind of hate to see it. Boots, of course, is a.
And what movie is this? Like, what project is this that he's doing?
Oh, I forget the name of it right now, but it's got some big people in it. It's got some big stars in it, and it's got a name that sounded kind of potentially annoying to me, but I can't remember it right now. I'm sure you could Google it.
Yeah.
But you kind of hate to see it because Boots, grew up in Oakland, where the Black Panther Party was founded. He was a a radical left wing rapper in the group The Coup in the '90s. Also, some may remember him from his extremely Dracula album cover that I think was supposed to be released on September 11th. 2001, which features him like posing in front of the World Trade Center exploding. Right. That was done before 9/11. I don't know, man. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Like if I were Boots, I'd be spooked out by that. But he partnered with Annapurna Pictures to make his next movie. Did you see what it was called?
I can't find. I looked him up on Wikipedia. I cannot,
it's called I Love Boosters.
Okay, what does that mean?
It comes out in
a
May.
group of shoplifters. Oh, I see. It's like
it's not a vaccine movie.
Like work together. Oh yeah, right. Oh, yeah. No, it's like it has Demi Moore, Keke Palmer, Naomi Aki, Taylor Page, Poppy Lou, Eiza Gonzalez, Don Cheadle as, I guess, an epic group of shoplifters who and he was saying like my work getting out there is so much more important. Like if I can get this out through Amazon or whatever, like that is so much more important than anything else that I could do.
He's saying it could raise class consciousness.
Exactly. Yeah, I highly doubt it.
I think it's an interesting debate. Obviously, it flooded my X timeline for like 5 days. Like I could see nothing but like people fighting about this and like, oh well, I guess we just can't create any art because it's not perfect enough for you Marxists or whatever. And like, I think that there's like some deep conversations about like the political economy, like I don't know, the economics of filmmaking itself, like the way it's constructed, like it's probably the most like capital and labor intensive of any like art form, which makes it kind of uniquely challenging to do in like a DIY thing. That said, I feel like there's maybe not been enough effort to, with the technology we have today, like find a way to break through the fact that like a movie has to cost $20 or $30 million to make.
Yeah.
It just has to. And then people go, oh, what? You don't want the IATSE people and the grips to like make a living wage? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like we have the technological capabilities to do guerrilla style filmmaking, like real indie filmmaking.
Totally.
More so than ever before. But like people like this, they end up doing kind of studio light productions that get called indie, and then it's oftentimes an audition to like getting a Marvel movie or, at least it was for the last decade. That's what indie movies became. It's like something that might get nominated for some Oscars and gets you a Marvel job or a Star Wars job.
Yes, it's totally true.
Yeah, whereas, true. I don't know, I feel like a lot of the independent, I took a whole class on independent film when I was in college in the 2000s and went through the whole history and like that was a real category that was like scruffy and like not necessarily designed to like get you a big Hollywood job, like at the end of the day. Like that's where you would get a lot of weird, quirky, like,
I was just like the other day, like just last night, I went to like a performance by Bread and Puppet. Have you ever seen anything by them? Probably not, because they're on the West Coast. They probably don't come out there. But they came out of like the 60s. Like they're like founded by like, it's probably like a kind of like a culty group in some ways, but it's like like a weird theater collective set up by this guy Peter Schumann, who I think has to be like in his 90s now. It's like it's almost a time capsule in certain ways, because they have like these giant kind of like puppets and everything, and it's very kind of didactic. The politics are pretty good, like pro-Palestine, like anti-war, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist in general. But they like it's very broad and very much like it does feel kind of like 60 years out of date in a way, like where they have like a big giant puppet of the Statue of Liberty and like a big giant puppet of like a fat capitalist with a cigar, and they're like, oh, let's kiss and stuff like that. It's like, and thus like the American people are subjugated, like, as we like unless we take our like revolution out to the streets, like we this will be ineffective. We are like under the banner of the Palestinian poppy. It's like stuff like like it's like all right. But I mean, I appreciate the values and everything, but like, it's but you can like, that's an example of like a kind of a largely independent thing. I don't know, like, that has kind of perpetuated itself for a while, but doesn't obviously have the reach of like a Larry Ellison or that type of thing, and it is theater and not film, but you can definitely make a film, like a good film, relatively cheaply. I just don't like, John Cheadle needs to be in it or something, like we need to have Demi Moore be in it, we need to have like, there's great actors like all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Great actors.
Yeah. And we're minting less of them than ever because they have
like
no way to
have like, communist values or left-wing values or whatever,
Absolutely. And it's never been harder to like make a name for yourself or like have a sustainable career. You basically have to go kind of through the slot pipeline of like, there's a few people that get like very lucky and they get to work on like serious projects like in all their jobs and stuff like that. But that's like, it's like a 1 in a million kind of thing. And there's not like so many of the good new Hollywood kind of actors, people like Dustin Hoffman, Al Pacino, whatever, like came up out of kind of like radical like theaters and theater groups in New York and like acting studios that were, I forget what methods they were using, but they were experimenting with stuff and doing more like naturalistic acting, and they didn't have the traditional
like
like where is the modern, all we get is this like dime square slop or like corporate indie that like pretends to be not a studio film but like it's still pretty much like a studio film or financed by the Ellisons or something. Like where's the really just taking like a DSLR or like a 16 millimeter camera and doing some raw, I don't know, radical storyline or something. Like
there's no excuse for like someone like that, because like they already have like wealth that they've gotten from like participating in the system in like various ways. Like I feel like, Boots Riley has been like producing stuff for like whatever, like streaming services and things like for a while, he like made that like, I don't think that there's like really an argument to be made that like he has to at this point. Like he already sold out before. So like, if now people are saying, hey, like you're selling out, then I feel like he can't say, well, I have to sell out for, for money, because he already did that. So he should have that money from before when he sold out. Like you should be able to use that to create something. And then he has a giant platform. Mm-hmm. So, that he could use to like get this in front of people, and like he could spread by word of mouth, and that would like actually enhance the message of it, because like it would be like, oh, look at this like film that wasn't made like by like with the support of one of the most evil people in the world.
Right
And one of the most poisonous industries and collectivities on the planet. Like
I could let it slide if he went through the Sundance Lab pipeline, which he did, and then made like one kind of corporate indie like hit with Sorry to Bother You, and then like pivoted to trying to do something like more radical with like, I don't know, like micro budget cinema, or like doing some kind of like film fest. I don't know. I mean, it's all very challenging. It's not like there's an easy solution, but there's things you could try out that are much more radical than like working with Megan Ellison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like not trying that hard. And then, a movie about like epic freaking like shoplifters to combating capitalism. All right. Like that doesn't sound super radical to me. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like Abby Hoffman, like steal this book, like, just kind of like
it's also
performative.
kind of like, well, I mean, it kind of reminds me almost of the Star Wars episode, that we did. It's like where George Lucas being like, they're the Viet Cong. It's like, okay, great, sure, they're the Viet Cong, and like this has definitely like, improved American society. Like, I'm glad that you have those values or whatever, where you're like critical of the Vietnam War back in the 70s, but like the fact that like you channeled that into creating this like a abominable film that has like only like increased every negative aspect of our society, that is not like something that you can applaud yourself for. I'm sorry. Like, it's just not like actually helping to prevent any of what you found objectionable.
It doesn't absolve the entire like impact of Star Wars to say that like the first one, he kind of had an idea that like they were the Viet Cong, which is like not really expressly underlined in the movie.
No, it's
in fact,
not
it's pretty ambiguous. The rebels are royalists, so they're royalists that belong to like an ancient like order of mystics.
Exactly, it's heavily obfuscated, and I almost feel like it is in some way retroactive that he like characterizes it that way. But I mean, obviously, like in American culture, we tend to have a certain romanticism around revolutions in general. So I feel like the rebels like also were kind of inspired by like that tendency, like in American history. But anyway, the point is that like then people kind of are like, oh, I am like a radical, I am being critical, I am doing something meaningful, and it's just like kind of like this. Like that applies to people in any field, whether it's like academia, whether it's the arts, like whatever. It's kind of like, guys, like let's like get it together, because like
I think a lot of people have raw nerves about it right now because Hollywood is like literally collapsing. Like I can tell you from, like I know people have gotten laid off from, companies have closed down, like people aren't getting work, like the entire ecosystem that was built up in the 20th century is like collapsing and being converted into like AI slop factory, like tech company appendages, basically. And so there's a real opening to, especially because for all their ills, like it's quite easy to get distribution via these platforms these days. Like you could release a movie in a way that you couldn't in like the 90s, on like Amazon or the Apple Store, or even on Vimeo, or put it on YouTube or paywall.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
There's ways you can get it out to people now, but I just feel like I've seen so little like a real like attempts, because anybody that has like a film school education is like instead trying to gun it into like the collapsing industry.
It's so strange, and it speaks to, I want to get back to the topic because we have a lot to cover, but like it is so strange how like there is something to kind of the like shrinking of the imagination in a way, because it is true, like we have had like a lot of like people since like we were relatively young, like in those like idealistic time of our 20s, like and like I think like we're not necessarily exempt from this. I think like we had to like keep working to like produce something and to like contribute more than we have, as helpful and as valuable as I hope the show is. But like it is strange how like there are these kind of like we have people like at a much higher level than us who have been able to kind of make a career out of like commentary like from the left, like as socialists, sort of like a commentary on world events or what have you, like socialist intelligentsia, if you want to call it that, or commentariat or something like that, who have done pretty well, right? And like kind of are totally comfortable, can buy multiple houses, property, etc. Never have to worry about money for the rest of their lives, and yet it is odd, like how little of like and these are like seemingly like kind of smart, creative people. Is shocking how little like has been built by like the what passes for the left in this country. Like whether it is like artistic stuff, which those people tend to be have a disproportionate interest in relative to other fields. But which is not meaningless. Maybe it shouldn't be the primary emphasis. This actually is an interesting debate that kind of comes up with regard to this stuff, but that we're talking about. But either way, like I think in any domain, it is amazing how little like the last 10 years of like the heckin' left in the U.S. has to show for itself.
You mean like in terms of any kind of like bleeding into artistic output? As opposed
artistic
to like criticism
or like
commentary.
Institutional output. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's just like one big reaction video almost. Like it's just this like endless like reaction, like fundamentally reactive fundamentally, based on commentary or, just like kind of like responsive, but there isn't like neither in the domain of art or in any other domain, right? Like has anything like kind of like critique of political economy, no like great like theoretical work, no institution, right?
Yeah,
like what
yeah.
like the DSA, like that it first of all existed, and second of all is like bullshit. So like I'm not going to mention another one that comes to mind because last time we did, it became a whole stupid thing. But like what's.
Well, and also it is funny that, I think up until 2016, you had, I think you could still trace the outlines of like any group that really tried to like fuck with the power structure in a way that wasn't like pre-approved by like a sus NGO or a foundation. Still kind of faced like getting messed with like in a pretty heavy way. Like remember all the original Black Lives Matter like local leaders in Ferguson, right? Mm-hmm. Like a lot of them got mysteriously killed in like the couple years following those protests in like weird incidents that kind of recall stuff that like Louis Tackwood is talking about, like these kind of like Red Squad type police intelligence gangs like going around and shit like that. Or even, as sus as some of it was, like the kind of WikiLeaks thing, or like the hackers, or like Barrett Brown, like going after like HB Gary and Palantir back in the Obama administration was like, fuck that. Exactly. Like, no, you're going to get crushed.
You can criticize, like, there's it's never like this thing, like they like the first person to like emerge who's like, going to be a leader or the first movement, then they gets crushed. Then another one comes along. It's kind of like the Muslims and the Panthers in a way, where it's like first it was the Muslims. It's like, oh, this is scary. Then it's the Black Panthers. And that's like, okay, well, maybe this isn't as scary in certain ways, but this is still kind of scary. This is maybe weaker, maybe like, the fewer people are, but this is still scary. That needs to be crushed.
No, I think that was more scary because it went national and was like rapidly growing and
well, I think that's true of the NOI as well, for sure.
It was, but like, let's be real.
Totally.
I think the Black Panthers, according to J. Edgar Hoover, Black Panthers became public enemy number one. I think
by that time, obviously. Like
I'm not downplaying the Black Muslims were also heavily targeted, but I'm just saying, like,
before, the Black Panthers only came to exist, like, after really, like, the era of the NOI was basically over. After the death of Malcolm X, like, it was basically moribund. But prior to that, totally.
Totally. Yeah, no, they went after that first.
And there would be no Black Panthers without the Black Muslims.
Oh, of course, like Huey acknowledges that they were all extremely inspired by Malcolm X, and like that, a lot of them read Lenin because they heard that Malcolm X talked about reading Lenin, and then they kind of came to Marxism actually through that.
I definitely, I think I stand by my original statement that the figure of Malcolm X, like as when he was in the nation, and then like in the short period of time that he was out of the nation, was like the scariest thing that they had to deal with, and hence what happened. But well, I think like, obviously they still didn't feel that like everything was copacetic, and they had to continue to suppress this.
Of course. And I think the two things that like Malcolm X at the end of his life and the Black Panthers shared in common, which according to this book, we'll get into it, like seemed to really freak out the pig power structure, was this kind of like creating like radical alliances with other radical groups like outside of the Black community, with like Chicanos and radical white people. You can see that both with like, that was a direction like Malcolm, and in his own way, in his own like Islamic way, was kind of like going for a more universalist kind of like framework, and the Black Panthers also kind of like adopted that as well. And we've said, like, despite their very rootedness, like very explicit rootedness in the Black community, and they were all Black organization, they were very much about making alliances with other radical groups. And there's like testimony in here that was like around like 1969, that was seen as like, oh shit, no, like that's the scariest thing possible. We need to split these groups up. And some other people talk about a big parallel to that. You could say like a pilot program for that type of counterinsurgency approach, I think was pioneered in California's prisons, right? And it's even like, shockingly, it's still a thing today, right? Where there's pretty much like, you get like split into racial groups if you go to prison. I think it's kind of spread like nationwide now, where you have black groups, and then you have black gangs, and then you have Latino gangs, and then you have Nazis. Like, and those are the three groups, and they're all like they're sort of pitted against each other very explicitly, and also segregated, and like made to like all like fear and hate each other, and like all this stuff is a way, because having all the prisoners unite, which some of the people like, you know, George Jackson, some of these Panthers who were in jail and were doing activism were kind of advocating, like, that is the biggest, like, no, that's bad. You know, we need to drive wedges between all these people and make them hate each other. And you can almost see that taken out of the prison and then applied out in the streets, like with the different radical groups to trip them up and make them, you know, hate each other, as well as, you know, causing like white groups to distrust other white groups, black groups to distrust other black groups. Like, so they want to just like insert cleavages at like any possible opportunity to, you know, divide and conquer. It's a classic strategy.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like, even this book, it also talks about the Folsom prison riots, and like these, you know, which, like, you know, black Muslims, it's still kind of a stereotype about prisons, right? That they like people convert to Islam in prison, and that has like it's, you know, Malcolm X of course did so, and that has its, you know, like.
They started that actually in the California prisons in the early 60s.
Right.
Yeah, the black Muslims.
It reminds me of like the thing that kind of came up in some of the coverage of Ramparts, that like the left kind of shifted its revolutionary subject from being like the white worker to being the black prisoner, which is kind of interesting in a way. And it certainly is true that, like, you know, the black prisoner, like, you know, the archetypal black prisoner, like political black prisoner, was like a Muslim. That's like who, you know, the like that kind of organized these people originally, right? And everyone eventually like, got into it. Yes. Like, so, you know, you can kind of see that like it is like kind of like interesting to trace the lineage from the NOI, like for all, and again, like I don't want to, like, obviously, like Malcolm X eventually was critical of the NOI, right? And I think like the NOI had a lot of problems, and obviously, like, I'm not one of these apparently who exists, like you know, people non-black people who are like you know, still upholding Elijah Muhammad, even though I think, you know, like there's some positive things to be said for him as well, like, but you know, like I think certainly like this was something that was like very deliberately like repressed and like attacked, like
100%.
It is, it's, I mean, it's always been interesting to me that you know, that early NSA spying program, which did target people, you know, of like targeted Martin Luther King, targeted like leftists, like, you know, spied on people of all sorts who were critical of the Vietnam War or any, you know, express any kind of a opinion like this, like was called Project Minaret.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like it's but you know, this was like you know, this like it's like part of that that lineage, and I think it's interesting to kind of trace, you know, a figure who kind of starts to loom large in Louis Tackwood's accounts, and looms large like kind of in this history in general, and definitely has come up on the show before. It was, you know, Ron Karenga, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting to kind of see how we sort of transition from you know, the NOI, the politicization of black prisoners by that group, to kind of like Karenga's whole deal, because
his cultural nationalism.
Yeah, I was saying to you before we started recording, like I didn't realize to what, like, the degree to which like the sort of hard like accusations against Karenga like come from Tackwood. Because like, and it's interesting, like reading like pro Karenga people like say that like, oh, you know, everyone like, you know, got manipulated, they like believe these things, and it's like, okay, well maybe like I actually have believed things like without like sources per se, or like that I thought actually were more documented than they were. It doesn't mean I don't necessarily believe them anymore though, because I find Karenga to be pretty sus. And
yeah, if anything,
like, I mean,
that's like the
I also
overwhelming.
totally believe Deborah Jones that he like locked her in a garage and tortured her.
Oh right, that's what he went to jail for it after this.
Yeah.
But the Panthers were very like they fell into a very bitter feud with Karenga, which would end up with two Panthers getting killed at UCLA by members of the U.S. organization, which is Karenga's group, and they were certainly like by the late 60s like extremely sussed out by Karenga, and you know, I think by some of the revelations about his his past as an LAPD informant, which I think were pretty much like substantiated, like broadly, kind of discredited him.
I don't know to what extent, but it's possible. Yeah.
No, I think it's pretty well. I think it's like pretty well established he was snitching. Like he had a relationship with the, like maybe not every single fine point that was alleged about him is like true, but the fact that he was like working with the LAPD to some extent, I think is pretty well established. I don't think it was just a poison pen, though there was that too, and there could have even been definitely specific lies about Karenga to like whip up an imminent confrontation with him and the Panthers. There is
definitely documentation. Well, that definitely did happen. Like
that with
like,
other groups too, and within the Black Panthers.
Like there is like documented, like the FBI at least documented that their efforts to kind of stoke friction between these groups, right, which originally kind of were able to work together to an extent or had collaborated on certain things. That is us and the Black Panthers. But I'm not sure of like his activities, like or of like any kind of like a snitching on the part of Karenga to like be actually documented, but like certainly heavily alleged. And he also first of all, like his kind of seeming amphetamine addiction plus his like torturing two women, which is like photographically documented and like attested by like pretty reliable witnesses, like the women who suffered it. Like it's kind of attests to this guy's like personality may have some problems, but yeah, I mean like part of the thing we were kind of alluding to this before. Part of the reason why the FBI was able to, or part of what the FBI exploited to kind of stoke the tensions between these groups, right, was like kind of a legitimate like concern that some had about Karenga's whole line with the the cultural nationalism, as you said, right?
And, like anti-communism as well. Yeah.
He was very he was anti-communist. Like actually there's this newspaper from this started around this time. It eventually was renamed Unity and Struggle. It was connected with the whole Newark network of Kawaii people like Amir Baraka. In fact, I think it might have been founded. I think the newspaper might have been founded by Amir Baraka. But like there was this interesting kind of article like written in 1974. Like obviously this is kind of like a pro Karenga like propaganda magazine, so like everything that they say should be taken with a grain of salt. And I think that their big takeaway is like very wrong, but like it does illuminate kind of like the nature of like hearing it from like their own the mouth of their own followers kind of illuminates like the sort of nature of the conflict and Karenga's like kind of a position on these things. Here it is. It's 6. All right. This is Milano Karenga discusses U.S. Panther conflict and the Tackwood distortions. This is from June, which is spelled Junie. I guess maybe that's supposed to be like a Africanization of it. For 1974. Milano Ron Karenga discusses U.S. Panther conflict and US Panther conflict and the Tackwood distortions. The Panthers and the left were correct when they argued against our ideological insularity, against exaggerated exoticism, and our tendency to talk of revolution from the partial perceptions of culture, instead of from lessons learned from global history and struggle. But they were incorrect in their assessment and underestimation of the role of culture in the preparation and very process of revolution. As Mao states, so at this point, like Amir Baraka had become like a Marxist-Leninist Maoist type. So he, it had pivoted from kind of a Kawaii-based philosophy to more of a Marxist one. So Mao is quoted throughout. Revolutionary culture is a powerful revolutionary weapon for the broad masses of the people. It prepares the ideological ground before the revolution comes and is an important, indeed essential, fighting front in the general revolutionary front during the revolution. On New Democracy. Thus, if facts and reason were disentangled from ideological fabrications and emotional denunciations, the liberating potential of culture could be perceived, even if one reductively translates cultural nationalism as simply song and dance. Rationally, Odetta, War, Curtis Mayfield, The Last Poets, Zulema, and the Shimo and Zulu dancers should be considered as having as much social function in building social consciousness as Teatro Campesino, Joan Baez, Sonny Paz, Barbara Dane, and Pete Seeger, and no doubt more than Bob Dylan. The fact is that cultural revolution is essentially an ideological tool to teach struggle, to tear down and restructure attitudes, to alter behavior, to criticize and remove that which cripples, and to strengthen and expand that which leads to a higher level of struggle, to liberation and higher level of human life. If we want, we can take an uncritical and unscientific approach to culture and as a result label and lump all types together. In a more critical sense, however, culture defined in relation to its role in social change is essentially traditional or transformatory. This is not to say that culture can't be both at the same time, but rather that these are the dominant tendencies regardless of how much they overlap. But even in their overlapping, a concrete analysis will demonstrate a dominance of one of the two at any given historical period. Thus, culture can be a fetter to free development and social change, or it can be an instrument for liberation, a seed and source of liberation and revolution. To deny this distinction is to miss or dismiss the profundity of what Mao and the Chinese masses have argued and accomplished. It is to crudely classify Cabral's theoretical intentions and the armed commitment of the people of Guinea-Bissau to regain their historical personality as untenable and illusory. However, moreover, it has been historically demonstrated that there can be no real revolution until the masses are mentally prepared for it, until they are culturally converted and committed to struggle, and their perception is no longer designed, distorted, and dictated by the social and cultural imperialism of the oppressor. To counterpose culture to armed or political struggle instead of seeing and admitting their interconnections and wedding the two is a grievous mistake. Mao made it clear when he said an army without culture is a dull-witted army, and a dull-witted army cannot defeat the enemy. And he says again, to defeat the enemy, we must rely primarily on the army with guns. But this army alone is not enough. We must also have a cultural army, which is absolutely indispensable for uniting our ranks and defeating the enemy. Mao did not say these things in the 60s to support Ron Karenga and us, nor to undermine the Panthers' argument for picking up the gun. He was speaking from experience and writing in the 40s, having grasped firmly the interconnections of word and war, of the pen and the gun, of progress and thought and progress and struggle, and of revolutionary images and revolutionary armies. We must admit our mistakes, otherwise we will repeat history instead of altering it, submit to it rather than transcending it. The gun is not God, nor is culture a divine cure-all. A culture that resists and restricts social change does not teach and support struggle, but conflicts with the needs of the people, and the struggle is invalid, detrimental, and must be condemned. Picking up the gun without a correct understanding of its use, limitations, and target can lead to a more destructive kind of aggression turned inward, more deadly internal conflicts. I mean, I think like they make some good points with the wisdom of hindsight, but you can also kind of see like what they're trying to sort of account for. I mean, this, again, like I said, has kind of gone through a little bit of transformation by this point, you know, from
what
like...
year is this article
1974.
Oh, okay. So it's a little later.
Yeah, it's like it has the benefit of hindsight, right? And they're even kind of saying, like, we did make mistakes. Basically, what he means is, like, we weren't, like, Maoist enough. We weren't communist enough, like, I think. You know, and that we were too kind of focused on culture, and you know, in a sort of a provincial way, and sort of a like a exoticist, like self-orientalizing or self-exoticizing way or something. But you know, their take, I think, like is you know, this is actually interesting. Maybe it's good to juxtapose this with like Muhammad Speaks, Tackwood's own account of it in Muhammad Speaks a few years earlier, because you know, they say in part 2, I'll just read this opening sentence. This question of the role and relevance of cultural revolution and the gun went on campus in early '69 and turned into a terrible tragedy. The UCLA tragedy was not an assassination, but a shootout, a violent end to a year-old argument about revolutionary priorities, about who was best able and equipped to lead the masses and carry on armed struggle against the oppressor. It was a destructive and divisive group rivalry, a carryover of the days when many members of both groups belonged to gangs and fought each other regularly. So that's, you know, one perspective on the nature of that.
Little spin on it.
Yeah,
I
right,
guess.
exactly. Yeah. So Tackwood, I think it's good to juxtapose this with what Tackwood says about it, because it's you know, this is from the Muhammad Speaks article of what is this? November 19th, 1971. So a few years earlier. This is kind of what they're, you know, it's a little bit out of, this is kind of what they're responding to in that article. These are his kind of accusations about Karenga, kind of, you know, clearly stated. After working about 8 months with nothing really big happening, this is Tackwood talking. I was contacted by Larry Brown and told there was an opening for me in a new outfit, CCS, Criminal Conspiracy Section, Louis Tackwood told Muhammad Speaks reporters. I met 2 officers, Dan Mahoney and Robert Eel, and was told at the time that they were setting up an organization for the sole purpose of creating conspiracies against militants and militant-type organizations. I told them I would work for them. My first assignment with CCS was as a liaison man between CCS and Ron Karenga's organization, US, he said. According to Tackwood, Ron Karenga's organization was funded by the Ford Foundation grants, municipal funds, and cash from, so the Ford Foundation, municipal funds, and cash from the LAPD. He said that Karenga's group assignment was to work in opposition to other black groups within the black community, which attracted large numbers of blacks. I contacted Ron Karenga and gave him orders that were given to me to the effect that he was to curtail the Panther Party's growth, no matter what the cost, and that no orangutan, that's what we called his people, would ever be convicted of a murder. I also brought him orders to kill the top of the Panther Party, namely Elmore, Geronimo, Pratt, and Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, he said. Pratt was never killed, but Carter and another Panther member, John Huggins, were slain on the UCLA campus by gunmen who ambushed them in the campus cafeteria. Contrary to alleged police assurance of protection, 2 members of US were convicted of the brutal murders. Ron Karenga was graduated from UCLA at the age of 26 with a PhD in political science, and according to reports published in a local black weekly, was recruited by the Central Intelligence Agency prior to his graduation. The CIA has hired men like Karenga to organize jobless youth and demoralize students into reactionary, mystical, pseudo-nationalist goon squads and murderers in several Latin American, African, and Asian countries.
Damn.
After the death of Panther members Carter and Huggins, running feuds with the Panthers caused Karenga's US to become unpopular within the black community and eventually led to the disintegration of the organization. Several months ago, Karenga and 2 underlings were arrested and charged with torturing 2 former female members of US, whom he claimed he suspected of trying to poison him. The trial, which followed, revealed the 2 women were held prisoners in a garage, burned with cigarettes and irons, and had water hoses inserted into them in efforts to make them confess to the poisoning plot. Karenga, wearing a Fu Manchu-type beard, a head shaved bald, and dressed in African haba, appeared unmoved as he and his accomplices were found guilty of the charges brought against them. At a later date, he was committed to the state mental institution for observation before being formally sentenced.
Vacaville? I mean,
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't
like
know if it was Vacaville, but
it's hard to say. Yeah, like
there were a few sus
people
places.
are like they tried everything against him. They tried to say he was mentally blah blah blah. But I mean, obviously something was going on, like based on that torture story, which is pretty well substantiated. Like you can't really say that didn't happen, even though they try, which kind of shows the character of this group. Like not
and,
really
if
clearly,
true,
like,
recruited by the CIA in college, and then liaising with Louis Tackwood and getting guns from him.
Right. According to Louis Tackwood himself, and also to it's a secondhand account from Muhammad Speaks at a local black weekly. So that's take it as you will. But yeah, there's a lot of obviously rumors swirling around this guy, but some probably have substance to them. Finding certain statements to be highly contradictory, Muhammad Speaks reporters asked Tackwood how and why a man purportedly working for the CIA and other intelligence units would be convicted of the charges and sent to prison when he himself admitted to having a license to commit crimes without prosecution. Why was he not granted immunity for his crimes? And evidently he was valuable to the units. Look, man, Tackwood said, they did everything they... Sorry, this is continued on page 5. I gotta scroll down to the next page. Going to page 5 here, sorry. They did everything they could to squash it, but the girl's parents raised an outcry and they had to make it look good. Why do you think they tried to get him in the nut house instead of prison? He was given 1 to 10 with an X number. This means that after everything cools down, the judge can call him back into court and cut him loose. I mean, that did actually happen.
Wow.
Yeah, it did actually happen.
Amazing.
He did kind of get out in 1975. I mean, I guess, it was for several years, but still. Except for the endless chain smoking and the tight security, Tackwood appeared completely at ease as he continued to discuss his life of intrigue. He said that he did not fear for his life because if the police don't kill me, I intend to make a lot of money from a book detailing police tactics and his role within the department. He produced a check from a local producer, which he said represented a 12% advance interest in a movie soon to be produced. Going back to discussing his old role with the Panthers, he told of certain tactics used on members that proved highly successful in creating distrust and ostracism. All right, say they bust 3 Panthers, or 3 anyone, and place them in a cell with me. We're there for 3 days, so we get to rapping. Then, one day, I reach in my shoe and pull out 3 joints, and we smoke them. we start rapping some more, and I say, do you know that dirty such and such? That dirty, X'd out curse word here in Muhammad Speaks is a pig, man. I know he's a pig because he busted me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they say. Then I tell them all I know about the cat. I know everything because the CCS has told me everything there is to know about him. That starts it. Now you got three brothers believing it because their quote-unquote information came from a righteous brother in the jail they were smoking weed with. Yeah. And he told them this guy was the one who identified it to the police. Now you see, you have planted the seeds of distrust. Then you start planning a little more. You start busting people all around him. You know they are going to kill him, so you just sit and watch. When it happens, you just pick up the 2 or 3 men who killed him. Now you got rid of 1 good Panther and the 3 who killed him. You got rid of 4 Panthers at one time, plus a public outcry is raised. Get those crazy Panthers off the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, pretty wild. Yeah. So maybe I want to get back to the book, actually, to the narrative of like how they encountered this guy, or the first meeting with him where he starts to spit his game. Like Marilyn Katz gets recruited to go meet up with him across the street from the Wiltern Theater in Koreatown. She eventually does meet up with a white guy, and I guess Louis Tackwood, so I think, I forget Mike might be Mike McCarthy from the LA Free Press. But jumping in here on page 25, their first encounter, I'm Tackwood, said the young black guy, and this is Mike. I'm Myra Jost. We're late. Let's go. So then they hopped into a Fiat. She gave Tackwood a false name, so that in case he was an op, like they wouldn't be able to figure out who she was. Off they go, driving towards Santa Monica. We were waiting that long in our car, Tackwood said. You weren't supposed to be on foot. It's okay, though. I picked that corner so I could check out the area. Lots of traffic. You can see who's coming from all 4 directions, too. CCS uses all kinds of cars that look just like everyone else's, but I know them all. I checked it out. They weren't around. We did all right. CCS, what's that? Criminal Conspiracy Section of the LAPD. Those are the mad dogs who set up Angela, the Panthers, all the militants. They're in charge of all the militants. They got a room on the 8th floor of the Glass House with files and pictures of all radicals, brothers, brown militants, and white boys, too. It's a top-secret place where they keep information on everyone. You need a special pass just to get in. Files on people in Los Angeles? No, they got files on people all over the country. CCS is a super police agency. They can go anywhere. Tell you what, I'll take you up there sometime. How can you do that if it's under such tight security? Hey, I'm one of the most trusted men. I'll just tell them you're my new old lady. They won't say nothing. She says, sounds great. Let me know when. If they knew so much about everything, weren't you afraid to come to us? And Tackwood said, well, that's why I didn't go to the LA Times or some paper like that. That would just be like going to the cops about the cops. I'd get killed. Like Ellsberg. He trusted that dude from the New York Times not to mention his name when he gave him the Pentagon stuff.
Yeah, there you go. That's Sidney Zion, I think.
Oh, right?
Yeah, he's talking about Sidney. Yeah,
good job, Sidney Zion.
Yeah.
He should have known better. I figured the free press was different, that you were my kind of people and would know what I was talking about. You could print the story anonymously, or something like you did that list of narcos last year. Besides, after the Angela set up by CCS, I couldn't take it anymore. She was a good sister. So I decided to try to help you people after all the things I've done against the movement. Kind of like paying you back. Anyway, look at Ellsberg. They can't convict him. He's got too much support now. The stuff I've got is even better than his. It's about what's coming down now, not 3 years ago. It'll blow the lid off Police Chief Davis and all those mad dog fools running around up there. If they don't blow us away first, Katz said, we've got to be more careful about contact from now on. It's insane for you to call the Freep. The phone is bugged for sure. Right on. CCS bugs hundreds of phones, especially out here, he said, as they turned off the freeway into Venice. They think everybody out this way is militant. She sets him up like with a different number, leave a message for Myra and say Charlie called. They get to the house. I guess they have like a cameraman staked out to like take pictures of him. As he arrives. I think McCarthy was waiting for him inside. So they set up that phone kind of thing where they like leave a phone off the hook and like kind of record it. So then then they start recording what he's talking about for the first time. Let me bring it up here for y'all. Tackwood picked up the receiver. Upstairs in the extension, Dugan answered, "Hello, are you ready?" "Yeah." Tackwood was not in his quarters. He felt uncomfortable dealing with people who had so thoroughly prepared for him. "How would you like us to refer to you?" "As Red." "Is Red your nickname?" "No, my code name with the CCS. My code name with the CCS downtown. I have a code name and a file number." "What's your file number?" "C14. "And what's your real name?" "Louis E. Tackwood." Dugan resumed, "Fine, Red, why don't we begin with some background?" And then the tape started telling the story. All right, so this is Tackwood on the tape. "My first introduction to the police department was in 1962 and 63. I was part of a car stealing ring that operated in Los Angeles and ran them across the Mexican border. In late 1962, I was busted in a stolen car. The arresting officer took me aside and offered me a deal to work with the police. He said that if I would help them catch another car ring, I could continue walking the streets. In fact, he promised that if I cooperated fully with the department, I could continue operating without fear of arrest. In exchange for my freedom, though, I had to name my two partners. So they were arrested and convicted of car theft. Then I was asked to help break up another car ring as part of my agreement. My second job for the LAPD came in 1963 when I was asked to get evidence on a big narcotics pusher who lived on 111th and Avalon. I knew most of the people he knew, so I was asked to get an agent close to him. I was supplied with some narcotics, which I used in a number of sales to members of the narc ring. Then I made contact for the ring with the narc agent, who made some large purchases. Afterwards, all members of the gang were busted. In 1964, I was still operating in a car ring when I was busted along with some of my partners. I was taken to University Police Station where Williams got very pushy and threatened to convict me behind this latest car syndicate bust. After hours of arguing, Williams brought in Sergeant Eddie Watkins and Larry Brown. Watkins and Brown proposed that I go to work for them full-time. They promised I would make more money working for them than I would hustling in the streets, and it would be a lot safer. I did some work in robbery. I was responsible for a setup in an Inglewood robbery that turned into a shootout, and one of the robbery gang members was killed. I only remember his name, his baby brother. When they began to enter the area of his political activities, Tackwood suddenly resorted to broad generalizations. When Dugan or McCarthy tried to corner him on details, he would slip through their fingers like mercury. He was consciously elusive. The more they pressed, the more evasive he became. Tackwood's voice broke nervously. "Hey, man, are you sure that you're not a brother?" Dugan, amused, replied, "No, I'm not a brother." "Well, you sure sound like a brother." "Phew, I don't know, man. You sure sound like someone I knew." He's getting a little paranoid. Dugan decided the interview could not continue separated by the telephone, so he came, downstairs. Tackwood was deceptive, a thin, wiry build, keen, expectant eyes, and speaking with a slick, rapid ghetto jargon that convinced Dugan that Tackwood was practiced in the art of the street hustler. McCarthy and Dugan were obviously amateurs in comparison to him. Tackwood was a pro in the ether world of the agent provocateur. He understood well the art of the innuendo, the subtleties of estimating the personality of an adversary. 10 years of experience stood behind him, and he was still alive. This in itself was incredible, given the fact that he had worked for so many years in criminal activity, had set up and sent to prison so many dope pushers, car thieves, candy stickers, and a few supposed murderers. Tackwood had survived them all. Maybe it was because you could not help but like him. He was clever and persuasive. He was at ease in any grouping, always careful to estimate the situation, whether it was with the redneck vultures of CCS or his partners in the streets. He said, "I think I'm smarter than any of the officers I've come into contact with. I can survive out there where they can't. I can play the double game. Yet they look down on me, and all the time it was tickling me to even play counterplots on them and counterplots on the other side, too. These are people who think they can conspire against me, and they're playing with a master of conspiracy. They're just feeding my appetite for conspiracy. I finally found somebody who's willing to play a game." Dugan thought to himself that the game seemed to be the one constant thread woven throughout Tackwood's complicated life. The striking thing about Tackwood, or perhaps the tragedy of Tackwood, he thought, is not how strange he is, or how bizarre the things he had done to others in his life, but how rather perfectly reflective of the larger society he is. How different is it from what is done in the world of the market economy, where production is for profit rather than need, where all human beings are treated as commodities to be bartered and traded, where the ethic is survival of the most powerful at any price? Good point. I'm spitting here. The only difference was that Tackwood is black, grew up in a ghetto, and his conspiracies are simply not known to the outside world and have not gained the air of respectability. Tackwood is an indictment of society, where the only work a man of his skills and intelligence can get is to use them for the destruction and control of other human beings, as the, quote, think tanks of America use their brain power to control or destroy whole nations. Dugan considered Tackwood's coming to them signified a change. McCarthy asked, when did you transfer from common criminal activities to political organizations? He said, let me tell you how it came about. In 1965, Eddie Watkins and Larry Brown were transferred downtown to a special squad called SII, Special Identification and Investigation. I was transferred right along with them. I worked in that special section for approximately 8 months. The Watts Uprising of August 1965 caused a great shock inside the LAPD. Nobody believed the N-words had it in them. Right away, Intelligence Division began a reorganization of the police department. I was involved from the beginning. At the time, I was still working with SII under Sergeant Watkins. Watkins called me and told me, hey man, they're putting together a new squad. I've got some people down here who want to talk to you. This was a new squad that the LAPD put together that was to work in the streets and infiltrate militant organizations, and they promised me a lot more money. My first meeting was held at the Glass House on the 3rd floor, where I met the head man in charge of a new department called Criminal Conspiracy Section. His name was Lieutenant Keel. His partner was a Sergeant Sherritt. Before they started talking, they gave me $100. Keel said, listen, man, you're just the man we want. You have all the experience we need. Stop working for SII and come to work for us. I said, well, yeah, the money looks good. Who are you? Keel said, Criminal Conspiracy Section. I found out later that's just what they're doing too. They spend all their time cooking up criminal conspiracies against militants, particularly groups like the Panthers, Angela Davis, people like that. I served as a key instrument of these conspiracies, as did Melvin Cotton Smith and lots of others. Melvin, yeah, he'll get into this. They elevated a selected number of informers to the level of agents. They no longer called us informers, but special agents were paid a lot of money for our assignments. One of these early agents to go to work for the special department was Melvin Smith, better known as Cotton, third man in command of the Los Angeles chapter of the Black Panthers. Oof. That's a real McParlin. Number 3, not good. Supposedly, the man in charge of weapons. Yeah, he was their weapons expert. He's the one who brought the automatic weapon to the Panther office the day before the raid. It was in his hands all the time when the shootout took place. A select group, that's what we were. We were an elite corps. Everything looked great. His transfer to CCS increased his contact and activity with political groups. His duties ranged from keeping track of who was influenced by or close to the Panthers to causing dissension among the various minority groups involved in the economic opportunity programs on campuses. Disruption, entrapment, and information were his daily duties. His last job for CCS before, quote, defecting to the movement took him to Northern California. He was loaned to the California Identification and Investigation Bureau, centered in Sacramento. I think that's kind of like the state intelligence, like law enforcement service at this time that was controlled by the California Attorney General. I actually don't know if it's still around today. But anyways, so this was for the purpose of infiltrating the electoral campaign of Darmy Bailey and Ira Simmons in Berkeley. Bailey and Simmons were part of a liberal radical coalition reflective of the growing left in that university community. Their platform included community control of the police, an end to the war in Southeast Asia, and municipally subsidized health and food services. So yeah, I guess I'm sure that the Berkeley Bar, KPFA, Ramparts all covered this, the campaigns by Bailey and Simmons, which I think were successful. But that was literally infiltrated, according to Tackwood here. somewhat, like, to some extent successfully, but he didn't get as far as he wanted to. But anyways, many of the campaign workers had been active in campus and community politics and projects for many years, including the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee, Angela Davis Committee, and the Campaign to Free Huey P. Newton. Tackwood's job was to keep records of the campaign workers and financial supporters and to monitor meetings with electronic equipment. A major goal was to link Bailey and Simmons to Angela Davis through common contributors and campaign workers in the hopes of discrediting them through the implications of a grand conspiracy related to the Jackson murders. He spoke with pleasure of the ease with which he penetrated the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee and the Panthers, as well as the campaign committee. He bragged of the use of his brother-in-law, James Carr, one of Huey Newton's bodyguards, to gain credibility among militant circles. So damn, yeah, I think his sister, like, married James Carr. Kind of wild. There was a long pause. Then Tackwood said, "You don't believe me, do you? All right, then listen. I'm going to call CCS right now. See if I'm jiving." And then I actually have from I think it's a KPFK report. I'm going to play this for y'all real quick. It opens with this phone call where, like, Louis Tackwood cold calls the criminal conspiracy section of the LAPD to, like, prove that he has a relationship with them. And I'll play the audio of it so you can get the sense of, like, how friendly they are. And you can judge for yourself. Let's see.
A 4-year-old tape-recorded phone conversation between one-time informant Louis Tackwood and a Los Angeles police officer may be introduced at the San Quentin 6 trial. The phone conversation was recorded in Los Angeles in 1971 by members of the Citizens Research and Investigation Committee, the group Tackwood contacted when he decided to stop working for the LA Police Department. The conversation was first aired by KPFK radio in Los Angeles and has been reprinted in a book about Tackwood called The Glass House Tapes. Excuse me. Although the LA police say they had very little to do with Tackwood, Tackwood himself claims that he was a paid police informant for over 10 years and was involved in espionage against the Black Panther Party in California. The following phone conversation is between Tackwood and Sergeant Lawrence Brown of the Los Angeles Police Special Investigation Section. It's a surprisingly frank conversation in which Tackwood and Sergeant Brown discuss a criminal conspiracy officer named Dan Mahoney, the purchasing of dynamite, killing someone named James, presumably James Carr, an ex-convict and close friend of George Jackson, who was murdered in San Jose several months after this conversation was recorded. The tape also discusses Tackwood's financial problems in dealing with CI&I, that's the State Criminal Identification and Investigation Department. What is most revealing is Tackwood's instant rapport with Sergeant Brown. Tackwood phones up, tells Brown, "I hope the heat kills you," and Brown immediately replies, "Hey, what's happening?" Here then is that phone conversation.
All right, here we go. Tackwood and Brown.
Good afternoon, Special Investigation Section Sergeant Brown. May I help you?
Yeah, I hope the heat kill you.
Hey, what's happening?
What it is, buddy?
What's happening?
Oh, nothing much. I just got my times. I ain't been able to get a hold of nobody. I'm going to tell you every now and then. What you been doing?
Well, I've just been sitting here perspiring and sweating.
Oh, yeah?
Waiting to go on my vacation.
When your vacation
I'm starting Friday.
Good Lord.
That's why I'm not getting involved in anything.
Look out. Hey, I talked to Mahoney yesterday.
Yeah, he mentioned this morning, just in passing, that you'd called.
Yeah, he told me what Austin said.
Who?
You remember when I went out and bought the dynamite?
Oh, yeah.
And
what did he say?
He told me, say, "Hey, man, you got a man on your force named Tackwood working for you."
Is that right?
Yeah, that sure is kind of hurt me. They should have busted him when I got the dynamite.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to tell you, when went up to see James.
Oh, yeah?
You know something, though, man? They should have killed him, though.
Oh, James?
Yeah.
Well, the only way you're going to stop him.
They should have killed him when they had a chance to in Los Angeles. I don't know what they was bullshitting around about, because I'm going to tell you, he's dangerous, man. That man's a man.
He would be mysteriously murdered
what I
months
wanted to
later.
ask you, oh, good buddy, is, when you going to be, you gonna leave Friday?
Actually, I start Friday. I won't even be here. I'll be here about half day Thursday, and that's the end of it.
Oh, yeah? I got it before Thursday to see you then,
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, no, I'm going to tell you before you go on vacation, I won't see you. I got an old 25-year-old Scotch I was going to give you. Oh, yeah, I had a case of it. Ambassador Royal, I'll bring you old 25-year-old Fifth.
Where'd you get it, man?
Man, you know me. I know everybody in town. I know everybody in time. When you give me another case to work on?
Well, hey, you're out there, man. Give us one to work on.
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you. Hey, how can I ask you one thing?
Sure.
And I got good reason to be kind of mad about not working right now. How bad did CI fuck over me on the Angela Davis thing up north? Twice, man, twice on the money.
Is that right?
You know, the first time I went up there, you remember to get down there, they fucked over me, right?
Yeah.
On the money. Then I come back down here. I cried to come back, remember?
Yeah.
And then I came back, and when
oh yeah, well that's the deal. You see, I don't like that shit. Because of what you were doing, I had to let those people upstairs know about it. I don't believe in bringing in another agency.
Yeah.
You know that. Fuck them. I don't talk to anybody else.
Yeah, well that was bad. Then they all get together talking about, no, they ain't gonna fuck over you. Call me. They ain't gonna fuck over you no more. We'll give you the money when you go.
Yeah.
I go back up there and what happened? Same thing. I'm gonna tell you. Got all kind of good information.
Yeah, but you remember when you dealt with me directly, you didn't get fucked over.
Yeah, you know, I ain't never blamed you for it either.
Yeah.
I ain't never blamed you for it. Hey, look here. So I come in tomorrow. Tomorrow, in the morning.
Okay.
And I bring a 24-year-old. Hey, connect me with the old goon
upstairs.
You know, the madman upstairs.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
That's where the tape ends.
All right. So, yeah, connect me with the old goon squad. You mean the madman upstairs? Okay, hold on. Yeah. So, I mean, you could judge for yourself there what the tone of that conversation, you know, like they're pretty buddy-buddy, right? He's like, I'm going to bring you some old scotch I picked up. And he's like, woo, you know, like before you go on vacation. Awesome. You know, they casually talk about how they're going to have to murder James Carr because he's crazy, etc. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. So these people are still a little bit sussed out. They have reasons to be vigilant, but he is, you know, cutting a pretty authentic figure. Let me just read here.
And did this come from like the KPFA? Were these the people who were contacted by?
This is from CRIC. Like CRIC recorded that phone call. So that's when he had his first meeting with them where they were recording his testimony, and in the middle of it he's like, you don't believe me, huh? Well, give me that phone. I'm going to call CCS right now. And he called up Sergeant Brown, and they just start like bantering and like, when are you going to give me another assignment? It's like, I don't know, man, you're out there, like, go get us one, you know, like they're clearly like buddy. They know each other. He's not totally pulling this out of his ass.
That was just a report on the CRIC. Like, yeah, they just obtained it from that.
Yeah. Right? Later on, I think between like 1971 when they did the original press conference and like 73 and maybe up to 75, like KPFK did like a few different segments on CRIC and Tackwood. And they had Donald Fried on at like various points to discuss it. It kind of came up again like after Watergate. They, you know, Mae Brussel, I think, went on and kind of talked about these issues. But yeah, this is from CRIC originally. So this is from, you know, all the italics in this book are from the tape testimony of Tackwood. So yeah, they say that the interview had taken 3.5 hours. Everyone was fatigued but more confident than before. The conversation with Brown was very convincing. But Dugan had one doubt about Tackwood's credibility. He drew up a list of names, including his own and Marilyn's. And, you know, Tackwood was introduced to Dugan only by his first name, and he only knew Marilyn as Myra Jost. He gave the list to Tackwood and said, "Can you tell me who these people are?" He looked at them intently. "I can the next time I see you." All right. So then, you know, they planned to meet next week. They dropped him off in South LA. And then afterwards, then he comes, like the second time he meets them, he says, "Good afternoon, Myra Jost, or should I call you Marilyn Katz? And to you too, Robert Dugan, karate expert." Haha. I thought that would get you. I found out a whole lot in 2 days. Let's see now. Marilyn Katz, known weatherman from Chicago. You haven't been in California too long. Good friend of Bernardine Dorn and Susan Sachs. What else now? Ah, yes. SDS organizer and dangerous communist, known to associate with Robert Dugan. Let's see now. Robert Dugan, you're a known weatherman too. Very dangerous. Ran a weatherman training school in Chicago. Just got back from, let me think now, I'll get it, Chile? Right? Known to be working with a secret guerrilla organization. It starts with an S. It's some kind of animal. Right, it's sparrows. Hey, like if I'd taken you up to CCS, we'd both be dead now. Marilyn Katz. Like they got your pictures all over the wall, both of you. Let me put it to you this way. Like, I walked into CCS with that list you gave me, but I couldn't find Marilyn Katz in the regular file. So I look in the hot file, and there it is. What's the hot file? How can I put it to you? That's a file on people who they're watching all the time, surveillance from the inside. See my point? Like, they got someone real close to you who's working for them. I don't know who, yet. Anyway, I look into the file, and there you are, and it says known weatherman and all that, and see such and such and such and such, and see file on Robert Dugan, like the two are stapled together. Man, they're watching you all the time. It ain't too bad now, because a lot of them are on vacation, but they know all about you, where you go, who you see. They know you're working with students for, what is it, ACPP or PAC, Peace Action Council? Why they even know you were working at some bar in Venice? One of them walked in there and pegged you. Got fired soon after that, didn't you? See my point? Damn. Okay. The three rode around the South Side for over an hour, Tackwood continuously feeding them bits of information from his storehouse of knowledge of the criminal conspiracy section of the LAPD. There was no denying his access to such information. Dugan and Marilyn sat stunned, listening to details of their past activities, which could have come only from police intelligence files. Certainly there were mistakes, but they were logical. They had cracked up behind CCS's idea of what the Sparrows was. Only a group of men whose notion of social change and style of work was conspiratorial could mistake the self-defense class Dugan taught for a group of urban guerrillas. Similarly, because CCS was more interested in eliminating political opposition than in comprehending their politics, it was understandable that they lumped all revolutionaries in the weatherman category. In fact, Dugan and Katz had been in fierce opposition to the weatherman strategy and tactics because they thought it would defeat rather than build the revolutionary movement in this country. But a police system that relies on paid informers, mercenaries, illicit listening devices, and bitter ex-politicos can expect to be misled at times, many times. And that's an interesting thing to note, is that they were sort of shit-coded in police files as part of Weatherman, and they're dangerous, terroristic, communist, but this, their main evidence is this guy teaches a karate class, right, like a sort of leftist karate class, for kids or something, and so he's doing a dangerous guerrilla school. But they were actually fierce critics of Stick a Fork in a Piggy, Bernadine Dorn, and thought that her strategy was sus and bad, but it shows you how even the kind of the preening posturing of the Weatherman ended up shitcoding even their fierce opponents and kind of created this feverish justification,
I mean, the causality might be kind of reversed, because they would have seen any, and actually did see any group that was in any way revolutionary or opposed to the police or to the Vietnam War or anything like that as a dangerous revolutionary group.
True.
Like the Weathermen.
True. True.
Yeah. So basically that. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy in some way.
Right. Yeah, the existence of Weatherman just confirmed their most paranoid, conception of
kind of
what
how Antifa works today. There's probably a million different groups that may or may not be under the umbrella of Antifa or something, but and some probably are more violent than others.
Yeah, it's true, but they get everybody gets branded Antifa by the DHS.
At this point, there was a recent thing where it's you feel wear there's some crazy suit where a trial or a conviction of Antifa people. I forget where it was, but I remember reading about it. Do you remember this?
There was something it was about people wearing a hoodie black and a mask.
Yeah.
If you wear all black and a face mask, you're Antifa.
Yeah,
and, that should be
there
illegal.
was something where one guy had a gun or something, but a lot of people were just kind of caught up in this prosecution because they had hoodies or something like that, right? So it's and to what extent are they even identifying as Antifa? It's this type of thing. You can even see when people post the stuff on social media, it's here's Antifa headquarters. They have an anarchist symbol on the wall or something. It's just a bunch of kids hanging out. Yeah,
Germany or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Their headquarters. Yeah.
Right.
Antifa Central Command.
The Antifa Super Soldier Command. Exactly. But Yeah, so they weren't actually like weatherman people, but some of these people were associated with like the CPUSA and like other maybe the Revolutionary Youth Movement up in the Bay and stuff like that. So they definitely were kind of like socialists overall. I think Donald Fried described himself as a Marxist humanist. More of a literary guy.
Okay,
he's a playwright. So, but still, like, I think pretty good politics. Like overall, was pretty like vigilant about, especially about like conspiracy stuff. Like this group was definitely pilled, I think, in the right way. So, they talk about visiting the Bar Sinister Law Collective, whose walls were postered with this generation's heroes, Che Guevara, Ho Chi Minh, Malcolm X. The table was littered with a random pile of Ramparts, yellowing issues of the Black Panther newspapers, and a few frayed paperbacks like John Hersey's The Algiers Motel Incident. So these are like, radical lawyers, etc. They were kind of discussing the possibility that Tackwood could be a police plant, like meant to kind of entrap them into taking like secret files or something. Dugan said at this office, "Listen, our biggest problem is the possibility that Charlie is a police plant. Although he had no way of knowing that he was going to be talking to Marilyn or I, he is an agent after all. Charlie is a strange fellow. He takes," this is their code name, by the way, Charlie for Louis Tackwood. "He takes great professional pride in his conviction record. He said to us this morning, 'I have a buddy I would go to hell and back for, but I still set him up. Got him convicted on a dope sale.'" Katz interjected, "He told us one of these days, after these radical mad dogs at CCS take over and all black people are in concentration camps, they're going to need someone like me to administer them. People like me always survive. God, I believe him too. He'll out-survive us all." Yeah, a little bit fascinated with a certain period of German history, I would say. One of the strangest things about Louis Tackwood. So, like Joan, the lawyer, said, "The risks are obvious. CCS knows you both well and will certainly try to set you up if it's possible. In the end, there's no way of knowing whether Charlie is working with you or against you. But it's clear you must not accept any documents, files, or papers of any kind from him. He could give you a roll of toilet paper and they could convict you for receiving confidential police information. But it's worth it. If Charlie is telling the truth, it means we could break the Panther 13 trial wide open. The state's whole case stands on the evidence of Cotton Smith. They're saying he's turning state's evidence, but if we could prove that Smith had been an undercover agent for intelligence before he joined the Panthers, we could expose the entire plot to destroy them. Remember, the raid on the LA Panthers occurred within a few days of the attack on the Chicago chapter when they killed Fred Hampton. That might convince a lot of liberals. The best possible thing would be to have Charlie up on the stand himself." But Kat said, "We can't do that. We have to protect his identity." Going down here a little bit, the meeting broke up. They had been sobered, but the ground rules were firmly established, and they had an early warning system that would telegraph every maneuver Charlie might make in a possible police conspiracy against Marilyn and Bob. It was also clear that if Tackwood was not a police plant, that he ran an even greater risk than the others. He had told them of several incidents in which CCS or some other branch of intelligence had carried out executions of former or useless agents. The big LA Panther raid had been one such incident. Tackwood believed that CCS planned to kill their own agent, Melvin Smith, on the December 1969 raid on the Panther headquarters, along with every other top leader of the chapter. There had been 2 attempts on his own life already. Once while he was working to set up a friend for the hijacking of a truck at a Packard Bell plant, and once when he had worked with 2 SII officers to steal $240,000 in negotiable bonds. They took the money. He kept his life. Tackwood had also said, quote, "Then, like the dynamite deal, you don't..." Okay, actually, wait. This isn't really, like, expanded on, but just clocking it here. He says, "Then, like the dynamite deal, you don't know, but there's a devil worship cult in Pasadena. Actually, in Altadena. They are definitely on the LAPD payroll, because that's how we set a cat up. The cat with the dynamite. He was kind of leery, but I take him up to the temple, and these crazy-looking cats come out, and they say we're going to blow this up, and he's scared to death. We shook him so, it was pathetic. And then how you do it is, from this taxi, that car, and this car to that car, and there's a mystic thing about it, and they go for it every time. I don't care if they're the leader of the Weathermen. If you catch them right, they fall for it. If you could show them, like, if I caught the leader of the Weatherman clique, and I had a lot of bread and guns, and I showed them how they could rip off $1 million in gold, and there wasn't going to be anyone there, I could march a squad in there with enough money and enough guns, and if you lay it on right and show him how easy it is, he's going to march right in there and get all shot up. First thing is, he'll look at your money and run a few names down to a cat. Do you know such and such and such? Because every time I go somewhere, they run a few names down to me that I run down to them. Because people don't like to be ignorant. Like I might say, I'm from back east. Do you know so-and-so? And the cat will say, I know him. And I just made up a name. And then I'll run down a name I want to know. And he'll say, yeah, I know him. And then I'll say, well, you're all right people then. And then we get to rapping from there. It's human nature that fucks him up. He's ice cold. Dugan sat in the Freed's apartment, leafing through a manuscript the author had just finished. Dugan and Freed had discussed Charlie several times before, and he had given Freed information that would affect the Panther 13 trial that had just begun. Our biggest worry at this point, Dugan repeated, is the threat of a conspiracy set up around stealing information or bribery. Let's write a book, Freed said with utter self-confidence. We can formalize the relationship with the contract, and all the information Tackwood gives us will become material for the book. Then we're simply recorders of a story given to us by an undercover agent, recounting his life. Let him collect money from the royalties. Instead of just doing like a press, like underground press thing. So then they set up like basically, a bunch of different conversations and recordings over the next few weeks with Tackwood, and he loves the book idea, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't really, he never attempted to pass documents to them and never accepted money. And his signing of the book contract excluded the possibility of framing them with a bribery charge. A strange level of trust and friendship developed between the three. So then, interestingly, they decided like they needed a rationale to invent that would explain why they're meeting up. So Dugan and Katz thought they would bait CCS using themselves. It was the only plausible argument. Tackwood would have to tell CCS that he was talking to a Marilyn Katz and a Bob Dugan. The story was not very elaborate. Tackwood had met these two militants at a party, had a few drinks with them, and talked to a number of mutual friends in the movement. CCS showed a keen interest in his new friends. They directed him to follow it up right now. Tackwood now had an assignment. There was finally a cover for his calling and meetings. They no longer needed to meet in the dark alleyways of Watts. They could meet in Charlie's apartment. Tackwood was talking now. This is interesting. Quote, let me tell you, there are three things needed to win a revolution of any type. First of all, you need a cause that everyone believes in, for unity. Second of all, you need a song. I don't know why, but you need a song. A song, I'll tell you, that's how Hitler got so popular. The marching song of the Republic in the Civil War is what kept everybody going. And in World War II, it was, the Stars Forever, Stars and Stripes Forever. You need a motto and a flag. Now this gives people three things to look up to. The song they can sing, the motto they can always say. Like King, he had a hell of a motto, "We shall overcome," and everybody really believed it too. He had people marching in front of fire hydrants, dogs, bullets, and they wasn't going to do no violence on him. He came up with that motto, "We shall overcome," and they had a song, right? Now these three things people can relate to. And you also need a program that everyone can agree upon. So you got to show that even for the rich liberal to the rich conservative, you got to have something that's in the scope of their... You got to promise business something. You got to promise poor people something. You got to backstab over here, backstab over there. How can I put it? It's all reality. You need a strong police force, not this type of police you know. I'm talking about like the black shirts or the brown shirts. You need this to control people. First of all, if you place enough fear in people's hearts, they'll go along with anything. This is in the ghettos now. It's the principle that they work on. When they see a black and white pass by, everybody's radios go down, lights go off, everybody's throwing the dope under their chairs. Somebody knock on the door too hard and say police, everybody jumps. This is the fear thing they're working on. What you got to do is give them a counter fear. See my point? All this is completely for the revolution. And then after you get your revolution going, you must get rid of all intellectuals. No, seriously. To build a new order, you have to get rid of all the old intellects. And look, I mean like national known ones. If I took power, they're the first ones out of shot. The night I took power, I'd put them against the wall and have them shot because they're dangerous. So you have all of them shot. See my point? You have to have all books that don't believe in what you're doing, like all ideas you got to squash from the start. Because first of all, when you come to power, it's a struggle because you still have the old power somewhere lurking in the background. So you must destroy it. You got to put enough fear in the people's heart that they think if we try to take over, phew, And then, yeah, that's some of his wild takes on political philosophy. Then we get into he gets into some real heavy shit. Then sometime in September, Tackwood indicated he was being prepared for a new assignment, Squad 19. He said it involved a coordinated contingency plan under the joint direction of the FBI and CCS. A steering committee had been set up, he said, with Edward Birch of the FBI and Sergeant Daniel Mahoney of CCS as liaison officers in planning and coordination. There was more, but he could not let it out yet, he said. All right, this is the wild shit, the Operation Gemstone shit. The plan entailed planting a number of agents provocateurs both inside and outside the 1972 Republican Convention in San Diego. Agents were to infiltrate the groups planning demonstrations against the war and poverty. At the time of the demonstrations, these agents were to provoke street battles with the police surrounding the convention hall. Meanwhile, agents inside the convention hall were to have planted explosives, timed to blow up simultaneously with the riot in the streets. The result, he claimed, would be to create a nationwide hysteria that would then provide President Richard M. Nixon with the popular support necessary to declare a state of national emergency. The government could then arrest all, quote, radicals, militants, and left-wing revolutionaries. Dugan and Katz were stunned with disbelief. American history was filled with bloodshed and wholesale roundups of militants. Presidents had even been assassinated. Yet never had the American ruling class had the audacity to kill members of their own kind to achieve the elimination of their opposition. Furthermore, it seemed incredible that Tackwood would be included in such a bizarre plot this far in advance of the Republican convention. The story was too fantastic. Tackwood, though, was willing to remain on the squad until the very moment that the explosives were to go off and then expose the entire scheme to the press. He would record all progress and plans. No compensation or guarantees were demanded by him. The arrangement was acceptable to both sides. They would protect his identity, and he would protect them against any entrapment. No one could afford to ignore the opportunity to view the working of the secret political police of the country from such a vantage point. On September 15th, Tackwood called and said, this is a fateful call, "I got the plans for San Diego. I'll bring them to your place at 6 o'clock tonight." Dugan put the phone down. He could not believe what he had heard. All the trust so carefully developed over the months suddenly evaporated. This was clearly an entrapment. No one in his right mind would use what must be a tapped phone and announce possession of the plans to blow up the Republican convention and his intentions of delivering them. He had to see Joan and Dan at once to swear out an affidavit declaring his suspicions that CCS, through their agent Louis Tackwood, was getting ready to bust him on a charge of receiving stolen documents or worse. They drew up the affidavit within an hour, and then Dugan called a friend to set up a stakeout of the meeting place, et cetera, but then Tackwood failed to show. He had disappeared. So yeah, I guess after hanging up this phone call, Tackwood had lit a cigarette, took a beer out of the fridge, and sat down to think about it, how he could best cover himself. If he gave Dugan everything he knew, his usefulness to him might be over. If he didn't, well, he didn't know what to expect. Dugan knowing all that karate. From the next room, he could hear his wife Gwen arguing with her mother about when she and Louis would move out. Tackwood didn't want to hear it. The only time he got on with Gwen's mama was when he brought her money or beer. Doesn't matter, he thought as he shut the door to shut out the bickering. We'll be splitting this place soon, and once the book is written, we won't have to come back if they don't cross me. The ringing of the phone jarred Tackwood from his thoughts. Tackwood? It was Sergeant Stewart from CCS, and he didn't sound friendly. "How you doing, good buddy? What's going on? Shoot anybody lately?" Tackwood said, trying to feel him out. "Look, I want to see you downtown in the morning. Early." "Sure, what you got? New job for me?" "Just be down here." What's on that dude's mind? Sounds like trouble, he thought. There had been none of the usual shared jokes or camaraderie in that call. His fantasies about a setup seemed to have some reality. Maybe that was the reason Dugan was so jumpy. Maybe Dugan was crossing him. There was no use in panicking, he decided. I'll check it out in the morning. Before going to the glass house, he picked up his grandma. If there was trouble, he'd need money, and he could always count on Grandma for that. "Look, Mama, before I take you home, I gotta stop by the glass house about a little business. You ain't messing around with those policemen again, are you? You know they ain't gonna get you in anything but trouble." No, Mama, I just got to do a little business in the building. Somebody stole some money from me. That's all, he lied. He parked across from Parker Center, left his grandma in the car, and started to walk in. Maybe I'd better call up there first. No use asking for trouble. Hello, this is Red. Is Sergeant Stewart there? 1 minute, hold on. Hey, Stewart, it's Tackwood. Hey, Stewart, it's Tackwood. Through the muffled receiver, he heard Stewart reply, That double-crossing son of a bitch, tell him to wait. Tackwood hung up quickly. He had heard all he needed to know. Somehow, they found out about him. His suspicion that Dugan was crossing him was steadily taking shape. He got in the car, drove to his mama's, got some money, and rushed home. Glenn, we got to get out the house. They crossed us. Forget your clothes and get them later. We can go to Shirley's for a while. So, yeah, I guess he goes over to, like, I guess their friend Shirley's house, and Lewis takes Shirley to the market to get some meat. But then when he comes out of the store, Dugan happens to, like, find him and, like, you know, track him down, I guess. And he thinks the only way he could have known that is because the police, like, told him. And so they meet up. Hey, man, how you doing? I got hung up this morning. Mad Dog's downtown wanted to see me. I got to go back this afternoon. Looks like a big job. Think it has to do with the convention. Could be some important stuff. I'll call you later. Dugan wasn't sure what to do. He had come across Tackwood's car by chance while looking for him when he didn't show up. If he let him go now, he might never see him again. Was this the setup? Or were there no papers at all? No matter what, there was only one way to find out. Play Tackwood's game. Okay, so he says, all right, cool. Is everything all right? Sure, better than ever. I'll call this afternoon. No, tonight, when I get back. Dugan drove off, feeling powerless, not sure what was happening. Tackwood was now sure it was a double cross. Dugan's jumpiness last night on the phone call to CCS that morning, now Dugan's appearance at a place he couldn't have known about without the help of the police and their omnipresent eyes. But he felt he had won this round, gained some time, and he didn't think Dugan knew about Shirley or where she lived. He would have time to think in a safe place. When Sergeants Rudy and Stewart showed up at Shirley's house the next morning, his suspicions tripled. There was only one person who knew where they were, Gwen's mama. Crosses are coming down all over, he thought. You can't trust nobody. They took him downtown. He sat nervously in a chair in the familiar room on the 8th floor of the glass house, where he'd seen many others forced to confess to things they hadn't done or didn't want to admit to. They let him know they knew everything. Now they would, quote, handle him again, they promised grimly. We have a little plan, drawled Rudy. Tackwood left, glad to be in one piece, but not knowing what to think. They sure knew a lot, but it wasn't Dugan and Katz who crossed him. He didn't know who was giving them information. He had been an informer long enough to know that it was not brilliant police work that solved crimes or gave the police facts. Rather, it was informers and double-crossers like himself that gave the police 80% of their information. He was part of the oil that kept the machine working. Without them, it would break down. Wherever the cross was, Tackwood knew he had only one road to take. He had to lay low and see what moves the cops and Dugan and Katz would make. He didn't have to wait long, as he later revealed. Quote, on the 21st, that's when they really started pushing on my ass. Metropolitan gave me a ticket for driving without a license. They stopped me for some jive-ass thing. So then on the 22nd, CCS picked me up on some humbug and took me down to Newton Street and kept me there for 3 days. We just want you to hold him for a few days, Mahoney says to the desk sergeant. He needs a little time to think. What's the charge? Anything you like, just hold him. They just let me sit there and think. It was a thought thing. They were just saying, think about it, Tackwood. You're in here now, and we can get you all the way to the pen if we want to. I didn't think about it much, though. I stayed loaded for 3 days. They didn't ever even bother to search me. I'm not sure what he means by that. He, like, had weed with him. 3 days later, they let me out. That's when they popped me. What they were trying to do was clean up. They wanted me to say I stole some papers to sell to Dugan, Katz, Freed, a whole list of people. Get it? Conspiring to buy stolen documents. Not the San Diego papers, but a list of police officers they were going to supposedly murder. There was this black dude they wanted to get too, a pimp. They were in touch with some people he ran with. They were to bust him saying that he stole my briefcase with the papers and some money. Next day they'd arrest a couple of his friends on the same thing. One of them would come up with the papers. Good plan, huh? We had it all set up. Mahoney, Beasley, and I drove up the house in the afternoon with a note for Roy. The note gave him till 10 o'clock that night to have the girl bring the papers to Newton Street. We knew we couldn't bring him there because he didn't have them, but this would look good in court. You know, we gave the dude a chance to come on his own, etc. That night, at about 11, CCS dropped me off at Newton Street. This is kind of interesting. He does another twist here. There were only a few people there that time of night. I walked in and tell the cat I work for CCS, give my code name, the whole shot, and I needed some money. The guy goes through all the motions, calls CCS, everything. They tell him to give me everything I need. No matter what it took, they should go out and arrest these people. Man, the dude snapped to attention when he heard that. There were 6 cops there just bullshitting on a coffee break. He broke in and told them, hey, go with this man. On the way down to the house, they picked up some more men. They didn't know who I was, just that they were to take orders from me. We set it up real nice. Cordoned off both ends of the street, and 8 men came with me. So then they storm into a few buildings, but then they find Roy in bed with his old lady, and they're looking for this like briefcase setup, and then they have like a planted guy like outside, like a crowd comes, and they start asking neighbors if they've seen Roy with this girl. This one dude pipes up that says he remembers her with Roy, saw them together that day. He's the dude that was like hired to set Roy up. Like I said, we had it all worked out. They took poor Ray down, who didn't know like what was going on. And so like Tackwood's like basically pretending that he's like back like with the CCS, doing new ops and everything. And then Tackwood left the station. He knew they were using him, and he wasn't sure where he was going to end up. He knew they didn't trust him, and he sure as hell did not trust them. He was also afraid of Dugan and Katz. When they found out that he had crossed them, they might do anything. He didn't know. He remembered CCS's plan to eliminate Cotton Smith when they got the Panthers. The idea of meeting the same fate did not appeal to him. Once again, he decided to split. I guess, let's see. Yeah, he hid, with trusted friends for a week, getting paranoid as hell. But he was also going out to bars, eating up the little money he had left. He got in a bar fight one night and caught a guy with a bottle. Tackwood got scared the guy would return with his brothers. Feeling trapped, he called the only protection he knew, Sergeant Brown, the man who got him out of his first jam. So Tackwood never called back to Dugan, I guess. They were like searching around for him. They couldn't understand why like he disappeared at this point. They thought they're going to find him in the LA River with several 38 slugs in the back of his head, maybe. But they decided they had to like make a move basically towards maybe going public with this information. Because, maybe they said time was precious, especially if Tackwood turned up dead. Dugan and Katz would be the most likely candidates for a murder charge. That's actually wild. They thought that shit, like, he's going to just be dumped. His body's going to be dumped. And then they have all this contact between him and them. And they're going to basically, after many hours it was discussion, it was decided the press had to be brought into this incredibility. They must get the truth out publicly before the police department had a chance for a political heyday, raving about, quote, terror on the left. Kind of like David Horowitz's SLA article in Ramparts, Terrorism on the Left. Right. Where they get to earn, the left has gone too far, but really it's just the cops murdering people and setting them up. At this point, they invite like Washington Post, Newsweek, and LA Times reporters to their apartment like break down the whole story for them. They play them the tapes, etc. But they were, they were a little bit ambivalent about these like young revolutionaries. And they were given several weeks to like investigate the story before CRIC would break it,
Yeah, before we go further into the story, the coverage, like, because he also told this whole thing about the plot against the Republican National Convention to Muhammad Speaks. And he actually had some kind of interesting details that he gave there. Like, for instance, first of all, one interesting thing is that this article in Muhammad Speaks is illustrated by a political cartoon from the Berkeley Barb of Nixon holding a bomb, and I think what I assume is Kissinger holding a match. I can't, I think it's him. I can't really tell. Like, he looks like a little bit balder than he is in real life, but maybe it's somebody else I don't recognize. But just interesting that this cartoon was like syndicated in Muhammad Speaks from the Berkeley Barb.
From the Berkeley Barb.
But yeah, Tackwood's like account of Squad 19 is like kind of he implicates some interesting people. He says First he's talking about how he was, after the Angela Davis thing, he was sent back to Berkeley where he helped in the electoral campaign up there. I got a list of all known sympathizers who supported the campaign. He referred to the municipal election in Berkeley, which saw 2 so-called leftists and a black mayor being elected. It has been confirmed that Tackwood did indeed participate in the highly controversial campaign. This is him again. I will tell you something about the staff of CCS, Tackwood said. Lieutenant Robert Keel, a prejudiced type of redneck, runs his ship like a well-trained army thing. Beasley, the only brother in CCS, is vicious and vindictive and a regular maniac. Another is Dan Mahoney. He gets pleasure out of calling militants up in the middle of the night and harassing them, pretending he's from a right-wing organization. Robert Sherritt, he is in the bomb squad. There is Bill Scheer, Gary Rudy, and several others. CCS, SII, CII, SID, and the FBI are all under the same local authority. There is a bomb squad designated as Squad 19. It is under the FBI. CII, California Identification and Investigation, takes orders directly from State Attorney Evel J. Younger. So this
Evel Younger, major sus lord.
Yeah, that seems like actually kind of like plausible in a way. It's interesting that he would identify him as like kind of being in charge of all this, because like
I think that section's in the book too, so that's from his original testimony where he talks about
they became statewide organizations that are so secret that they get their money through means other than the regular channels. They are structured along the same lines as the CIA, and the local agencies work hand in hand with the statewide agencies. Tackwood said that in one weekend, demolition experts from Squad 19 were involved in 3 specific bombings, and they have bombed several bank buildings. There is a plan now that is so monstrous that it is pathetic. It entails a detailed plan to blow up the podium at the 1972 Republican Convention to be held in San Diego, and it has been worked out to the minutest detail. The blame will fall on the militant organizations demonstrating at the convention. The president will then be asked to declare a state of national emergency and martial law. Within 48 hours, all known militants, both right and left, will be arrested, and a police state will then exist within the American democratic structure. When the 48 hours is up, the president will have given over the powers to the police, who will not relinquish that power in a sense that all will be under the total police scrutiny.
Damn.
And he was adamant that this was still going forward because they asked him apparently, like, will this now cause this plan to be canceled that you've revealed it? And he said, they write, the self-admitted agent said the agencies who plotted the violence cannot afford not to go through with that or a similar plan, since the general consensus is that such a plan must be implemented in order to bring the desired results. A total police state.
It is interesting. Obviously, if someone were to like this story about a plot, maybe the first thing they would jump to is that like Nixon won in a 49 state landslide in 1972. But like there's a couple of things. I mean, the book points out, one little convenient thing that happened. I forget exactly when it happened, if it was in 1971 or 1972, but George Wallace, who had won, like something like 9 million votes in 1968, and split the conservative vote, the reactionary vote, you could say, almost got assassinated. Let's see, when did that happen? I just want to check that it wasn't 1972. Jesus Christ. Assassination. No, okay, yeah, all right. So after Louis Tackwood's revelations about the plot that is going to happen the following year, like this, he's giving this in like the fall of 1971. On May 15th, 1972, Wallace was shot 4 times in a crowd by a deluded lone gunman, and basically was like, I think he ended up paralyzed, but like survived, but like basically had to drop out of the campaign, which was like a huge game changer because I think, the Wallace, if anything, was going to maybe do better than he did in 1968. And then you would have a 3-way race that basically disrupts the Southern strategy that Nixon was like, going for at this time, right? That he was going to try to flip all these like conservative Dixiecrats, right? Like the kind of pro-segregationist Democrats and sweep the South with that. But if Wallace was like the champion of those people, so he would have taken a big chunk, and then you might have ended up with much more like an even three-way race where you have George McGovern, Richard Nixon, and George Wallace. Well, a deluded gunman, shot Wallace. No love for Wallace. He's a sicko. But, like, you can see what, the objective result of that was. It massively boosted Nixon's chances to win. And I think even the Watergate break-in was also in May 72. The infamous, where the guys were arrested. And
there definitely were. I mean, there was no, successful... It is actually interesting. You remember the Gainesville 8, right? Wasn't their whole thing that they had received information? I don't know if they were referring to this, but they were under the impression, I forget how they accounted for having heard this or why they believed it, but they were under the impression that there was going to be some kind of Reichstag fire, false flag type of thing, right? And that was why that was kind of the basis of their whole arrest, and the idea that they were planning militancy or violence was that they were actually planning to defend against this supposed Reichstag fire type plan that would be executed at the convention.
This is interesting. Yeah, this was one group that actually was prosecuted on charges of conspiracy to do something like what was basically violently disrupt the convention, the RNC convention in 72, which is eventually, I forget, I think it might have had something to do with the ITT scandal, but it was moved to Miami eventually. It was going to be in San Diego, right in the heart of reactionary California. And then was moved to, also reactionary Miami. But actually, I'm just looking at the overview of this on Wikipedia, that, the Vietnam Veterans Against the War they had plans to demonstrate, at the convention. After learning from FBI informants and agents within the VVAW about possible plans for disruption and violence, the DOJ initiated a grand jury investigation. So they indicted 8 people: John Briggs, Scott Camel, Alton Foss, John Niffen, Peter Mahoney, Stanley Mickelson, William Patterson, and Don Perdue. All but Briggs were Vietnam veterans. While organizing protests, the group received information that during the convention, the government was going to shoot someone or use explosives and blame it on the anti-war protesters. They were also going to raise the 5 drawbridges so that anti-war demonstrators would be trapped on a Miami beach and shot by police and soldiers during the commotion. In response to this, the VVAW group planned to draw those police and soldiers away by attacking federal buildings, police stations, and fire stations in the 2 adjacent counties to occupy the government forces, then reopen bridges to aid escape of the demonstrators. These plans were interesting. These plans were typed up and distributed among the rest of the group by a VVAW member and undercover FBI agent, Bill Lemmer. So, okay, that whole counterattack plan to take over, that was written by the FBI informant in the group. The 8 were accused of planning to use automatic weapons, explosives, incendiary devices, as well as slingshots and crossbows. The jury got to read the letter containing all the proposed plans on attacking the federal buildings, but they also got to read the constantly repeated admonition in the letter: this will be done for defensive purposes only. The jury saw that the goal was to protect the rights of the protesters, and they acquitted the 8 men of all charges. Basically. So Bill Lemmer, the Southern Regional Assistant Coordinator of the VVAW, revealed himself as an undercover FBI operative in May 1972, the same month. Bill Lemmer had been thrown out of a fast protest by VVAW on the Capitol steps in Washington, D.C. in January 1972 after advocating for violent, destructive actions on the Washington Monument. A deposition to that effect was sent to the trial in Gainesville. During the 1973 trial, it was revealed that the VVAW had been infiltrated by government agents and informants such as Emerson Poe and Lemmer, showing that these agents provocateurs led the illegal activities, severely damaged the prosecution's case. The prosecution also tried to use the defendant's Vietnam records as indication that these were violent people. The jury acquitted all 8. Phil Oakes expressed support for the group, as did Ron Kovich. Wow. So, I mean, that's a real clean cut, like just absolutely baiting and getting like a fake FBI informant member of a group to advocate for to type up something that could implicate them in a trial, but clearly they were worried about a false flag like being committed.
Yeah.
And, like, so they actually got them like in their attempt to like come up with a response to the upcoming false flag. They planned a defensive strategy that was actually inserted by an FBI guy that then got them like indicted. Like, really wild.
I mean,
it
makes you wonder if like the false flag rumor was like actually
bait.
If that was partly
it was bait.
Like, yeah, exactly. That was like partly like Tackwood's purpose, like to like he was given that rumor to spread among like his contacts, including with people in CRIC.
It's interesting. It's the one time that I feel like the book doesn't really explain, like, why did he call them up on the phone and be like, I got the San Diego documents, I'm coming over, when he totally knew that based on the story he'd been feeding to his the cops, that they probably were bugged and being listened to.
He said the reason why he chose to, like come clean or like go public with this stuff was that he found his phone was bugged.
Oh, yeah, and he was like insulted by that, or he thought, like
I guess, yeah. I mean, that's what he said in his Muhammad Speaks interview. Anyway, he said that like he, asked what prompted him to reveal his role with the various agencies. He said, in September, I discovered that there was an extension hooked to my phone, with the other phone being in the Newton police station. Remembering that all the agents and almost everyone connected to the Kennedy assassination had been killed over a short period of time, I decided to run. I hid out with some friends for a short time on Avalon Boulevard and then made contact with a group of political activists in nearby Venice who were working on a book detailing the methods of police entrapping militants. I agreed to furnish them with information and secure documents from the files, which I had easy access to. So, yeah, I mean, that also is kind of like implicating him in like stealing documents, but whatever.
Yeah.
But the police learned of his defection, he says, and he was forced to go into hiding again.
Then I think they kind of smoke him out. I forget if he tries to get in contact with them or if they smoke him out, but then they basically tell him, you need to come to the DA's office. And so he decides to go along with it, and then they lead him into a room and with the DA, and they pull out a letter that Dugan and Katz had sent to the DA's office charging CCS with kidnapping, because they like picked him up eventually, and it went over all the things I told them about CCS. Brown says to me, now Tackwood, you're in a little trouble, and there are some people who want to talk to you, but don't worry, just listen to us and it'll be all right. Understand? I understood real well. It was too late to deny anything. The only way to save my ass was to go along with them for a while. The plan was this. Brown would say, Mr. Tackwood, did you ever make any tapes with Robert Dugan and Marilyn Katz? I would say no. He'd say, is it true that you told them that CCS blam to blam blam? And I'd say no, for over and over for each part of the statement, just like a kind of play. So they march, they're basically doing a show trial. Like, they're literally just like, go, basically do, like, they march me in a room filled with people I don't know. They hold up the paper, read it off section by section, and every section they say, now, Mr. Tackwood, is anything in this statement true? And I say right on cue, no, it is not. And it goes on and on. And they ask, do you know Robert Dugan and Marilyn Katz? I say, yes. And they say, do you know what these people are involved in? And like clockwork, I say, yeah, buying information so they can carry out their plan to kill police. They are part of a conspiracy to do this around the country. Then they call the police photographer, and he takes all sorts of pictures, like me pointing to the statement and shaking my head no. See my point? And one with us, Brown and me, with our arms around each other, to show him alive, and we're all real friendly like. See my point? Tackwood was back. He had survived again. His performance at the DA's office was a complete fabrication, under CCS direction for sure, but a command performance nonetheless. The entire charade was put on for the exclusive benefit of one reporter, Jerry Cohen of the LA Times. Cohen had pressed for a reply to CRIC's allegations from the DA, so Tackwood's confession was quickly staged for Cohen's benefit. Tackwood did so well that the CCS released him. He was out on the streets again. The next day, Cohen had his home address. He went over there. They convinced Tackwood, actually, that they knew the declarations given to the DA were false and said they wanted to hear his version of the story. So then they took Tackwood to the LA Times, building. And I think at this point they set him up with this, expert polygrapher Chris Gugus in Hollywood, who I guess was an ex-sheriff's deputy and had a framed picture of J. Edgar Hoover like shaking hands with him on his wall. But even he basically like did a lie detector test and is like, I think he's telling the truth.
And he did pass a polygraph test.
Yeah. So now,
whatever that,
Yeah. So now it's like, oh, good. But then I think the LAPD comes in and kidnaps him from the polygraph office, like heavily armed. 4 detectives from SID of the DA's office, in a confusing and rancorous tragifarce, began unstrapping Tackwood from the polygraph while Dan, the lawyer, stood helpless outside the room. And then they just the polygrapher Gugus was crouched shivering behind his desks, and everyone else was like, "What the fuck?" So he basically just got like kidnapped by the DA's goons, and then he was taken to the office and had to sign like all kinds of bullshit statements that like CRIC had kidnapped him, and that they were engaged in a conspiracy to receive stolen documents, and he was promised immunity. But at the same time, CRIC was planning a press conference with KPFK that they hoped like Tackwood would show up for and be kind of their star witness. But at the same time, he'd been like kidnapped and was forcing to sign all this like shit. And then they called a press conference. The DA, like, I guess the KPFK press conference was announced. The DA releases a statement. They're holding a press conference at the exact same time and are going to like roll out Tackwood to be like, blah, blah, blah. Tell the bullshit cop version of the story. It does note here that on November 20th, let's see. Yeah, on November 20th, Secret Service agents arrived at KPFK to begin an investigation of the, quote, San Diego conspiracy. So they a little bit of federal harassment, you could say. So, yeah, that's kind of, and then, they put it out there, and then it circulates mostly in the underground press, and then the mainstream press is kind of, they eventually publish some things, but they're either very muted or the journalist stories are killed and it's like not published, so it doesn't become a big thing. He kind of goes on, about his influences and how his there are only 3 men in history that impressed me. Tackwood said: Heinrich Himmler, the Nazi mastermind; Machiavelli, the Italian aristocrat; and Adolf Hitler. Now, Machiavelli for his concept, his insight in grasping things around him. 4 people, Bismarck. Now, I think he was the greatest tactical genius I've ever seen. The way he manipulated countries. All right, Machiavelli for his ideas and his manipulations. Bismarck came up a little later. His ideas on how to create the superstructure. I don't know, I just had an ambition that I could be something heavy. And I always had the thing where I could lead people. Oh, and I liked that one other cat, Rommel. Tacticians, I dug him. I tell you one cat who impressed me, Bertrand Russell. Yeah, I dug Bertrand Russell. Yeah, Bertrand Russell was a hell of an influence on me because I dug his concepts on a lot of things. People called him communistic and radical in a lot of things, but the cat was righteously heavy. Oh, I tell you, I tell you a cat I dug. I guess he forgets like who he was talking about. He's got a lot of interesting lines about the whole black system. The whole system is pimping. It's more than petty capitalism. It's capitalism in its truest form. Raw capitalism. A pound of flesh. Damn. He is kind of spitting there. Let's see, a little further down, I think he sheds a little more light on Ron Karenga. Let me see, maybe on page 93 here. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he says that, prejudice type redneck, Robert Keel, they should all be locked in a padded cell. My first assignment with CCS was liaison between CCS and Ron Karenga's organization, US. My second assignment was to watch and help create conspiracies on Panthers. This is consciousness, blah, blah, blah. Talks about the histories of like black radicalism and, the racism of the obviously, of the LAPD. Here's one test. Oh yeah, let's see. One testimony talking about the racism and how the most viable organized force within the black community to emerge from the new consciousness, like kind of civil rights consciousness, was the Black Panther Party. A system of patrol cars, of course, was established to trail police armed with both guns and law books, etc. As the party attracted support, it began to expand its activities, free breakfast for children, free medical clinics, and they were intended to give people an alternative vision as to how problems could be solved on the basis of need rather than for private profit. Although these programs could not ultimately solve the problems faced by people under the existing system, the Panthers' aim was to build a base for revolution. The party became a national organization and continued to grow. Demagogic attacks from politicians, from the president on down, also grew. However, while the politicians launched verbal assaults against the Panthers for their alleged violence, the police throughout the nation initiated a wave of actual violence against the Panthers, the vehemence of which has not been seen in this country since the police attacks on labor at the return of the century. Yeah, and in Donald Fried's book, you all can see right here, this is just 1968 and 69, the violent police attacks and arrests of Black Panther leaders. It talks obviously about Cleaver. April 6th, Bobby Hutton is killed. Cleaver goes to jail. Bobby Seale is charged with conspiracy to murder. Denver police arrest 7 juveniles and 3 Panthers. Denver police arrest 1 Panther and kill another for alleged sniping. Colorado chairman of the Black Panther Party is arrested for arson. No evidence offered. 8 Panthers arrested on charges of shooting at police. 1 is charged with the robbery of a service station in San Francisco, depicted in the Panther movie as a setup. Panther headquarters in Jersey City is firebombed by 2 white men wearing police-style uniforms. Then in 1969, of course, 21 persons identified police as Panthers are arrested in New York for conspiracy to blow up the botanical gardens and department stores. No overt act is charged. 1971, they were all acquitted. San Francisco police using tear gas raid Black Panther Party headquarters and arrest 16. LAPD raid LA Black Panther Party headquarters, seize weapons, and arrest 11. They got in a long shootout there, and that's the one that Cotton Smith, they said, was kind of in on, but also might have been like they tried to murder him for it. Then, let's see, FBI in Chicago raid Black Panther Party headquarters, confiscating shit. Denver police raid Black Panther Party headquarters again, twice. Let's see, Sacramento tear gas in search of an alleged sniper. Chicago is raided. San Diego is raided. Black Panther Walter Trey Pope is killed by 2 LA policemen who claim he fired on them. And then David Hilliard, the only Panther leader left alive and free, arrested for threatening the life of President Nixon when Hilliard said in a public speech, "Well, we will kill Richard Nixon. We will kill any motherfucker that stands in the way of our freedom." Yeah, so it was, obviously very clear. A concerted national effort was underway to destroy the Black Panthers by developing a program which struck at the heart of the capitalistic system. The Panthers had become a greater threat than any previous organization of blacks. To meet this threat, the system had to escalate its response. So, of course, they killed Fred Hampton in Chicago, and it tied everybody up into... legal cases. Ramsey Clark was involved in the Independent Commission of Inquiry into the Black Panthers and law enforcement. They, said the Fred Hampton raid was basically murder. And I think this is, I don't know if this is back to Tackwood, but it might actually be Roy Wilkins or Ramsey Clark. Quote, "I know for a fact that the number one witness for the state in the LA Panther trial has been a member of my form of occupation for years." Yeah, this is Tackwood, before I was. "He helped create the conspiracy that got them all convicted in LA. In other words, he was paid specifically to become a member, and he was paid specifically to create incidences where they would have criminal conspiracies on these people. Now, this Cotton Smith, his name is Melvin Smith, was the number 3 man in the Panthers in LA, is the same thing as I am, from way back. I'll tell you, Melvin Cotton, before he was anything, little old half-wit, he had a coke habit, freak, and he had fucked around there with those little girls, and somebody gave him up. I don't know if that means he's like a pedo, but wouldn't be the first time a black-male pedo becomes a sinister individual. He started sales of narcotics for them. And so they hooked this thing up with CCS, and Cotton knew the same things that I did. He was there first, and that's all. So they put Cotton in there, gave him carte blanche. Cotton was working for intelligence. Actually, CCS didn't get hold of Cotton until 2 months before the big blowout over there. The Panthers had a stash of guns in Compton, which they were moving down to L.A. Before that, they had a big meeting. See where I'm coming from? Cotton helped instigate the idea. Let's shoot him out, baby. Oh, here we go again. Gotta pick up the gun, be an edgelord. Now every big Panther was supposed to be there, including Geronimo Pratt, big Panther figure. Now what they were going to do, kill them all, kill as many as we can, and the rest of them dead anyway. But it didn't work like that. It took them just a little longer than they thought it would. Just after 3 a.m. on December 8th, 1969, an LAPD assault force started assembling outside Black Panther headquarters. This was this is actually one of the first appearances. The members of the assault force were armed with AR-15 automatic rifles, just like Vietnam, and were wearing bulletproof military-type flak vests. This was the all-white SWAT squad. Special Weapons and Tactics. I think LA was the pioneer. It might have been after the Watts riots that they instituted this all-white, commando force that is, then become a model for the whole country. Police with sniper rifles, a tank-like National Guard, armored personnel carrier was waiting nearby. 40 police were to participate in the original assault. And there were no press or media on the scene, and it was 5:30 a.m., so nobody was awake. The attack began when 4 officers smashed through the front door of the headquarters with a battering ram. And keep in mind, this was only 4 days after Fred Hampton was basically murdered. So the LA Panthers basically felt like, oh, they're coming to murder us. Like, we're gonna fight to the death. Fuck it. You know what I mean? So they got into like a huge shootout. 3 police were wounded. And there was a 4-hour siege. They fired tear gas in the building and tried to blow holes in the roof with dynamite, and raked the building with gunfire. Helicopters surveyed the scene to make sure no reinforcements arrived. They eventually came out with a white flag. 6 Panthers were wounded and none were killed. When the surrender finally came, 13 persons, 3 women and 10 men, some still half-dressed, emerged from the building and were arrested. Among those arrested was Melvin Cotton Smith, a 42-year-old ex-con who was to play a critical role as the case moved into trial. Tackwood says, I tell you, Cotton and I, there was a long table. I was sitting next to Cotton, and Cotton with a pair of scissors and cardboard. We were at CCS. They got pictures. Cotton's cutting up cardboard and make this building, and he's putting little dolls with names on them, and he said, yeah, I'm not scared. But they used him pretty bad. They had no more use for him. They were getting ready to destroy the Panthers. They would not be a functional organization when they got through with them. So then, this is some real Molly Maguire shit. During the trial, there was a surprise development. Melvin Cotton Smith turned up as star witness for the prosecution. So they basically were like, he was arrested and we kind of leaned on him. And then he decided to flip, completely covering up that he was an agent the entire time. But then I think it actually was this was in 1971. But Louis Tackwood's revelations cast more doubt on Smith's credibility, particularly the credibility of his last-minute switch to the prosecution side, etc. So on November 22nd, 1971, Tackwood testified under oath in the trial of the LA Panther 13. And he says that he'd been working since 1969, and he was told by Farwell, his handler, that Cotton Smith was to be his contact. So by that very nature, he was already basically a snitch, and so that was a devastating blow to the prosecution. Panther victory, the LA Times headlined, and basically the jury found them only guilty on technical minor charges. All verdicts of conspiracy to murder, etc., were dismissed. So his shit his testimony ended up tripping up the prosecution, of the LA Panthers. Then he says, my first assignment with CCS was when I was a liaison between CCS and Ron Karenga's organization, US. I contacted Ron Karenga and gave him orders to the effect that was given to me.
I think we read this part.
Right.
I think, this is the exact.
Right, yeah, orangutan. Yeah, the orangutan.
Yeah, orangutan. Yeah.
Yeah, the horse's mouth. We're rapping about the war. Watkins, he was talking to Eddie Watkins. We better stop giving that Karenga, that mad dog, orders to kill off Panthers, or we're going to have a bloodbath on our hands in L.A. Now Brown says, his handler, let the N-words kill each other off. We're going to sit there and kill the rest of them. That's the best way to do it. Okay, Watkins says. Yeah, man, but it's costing us too much money. Okay, that was the money part of it. So obviously, they're playing these... It says a little more detail here. During the same period of rising police violence against blacks, the increasing militance in the community was creating political divisions which were leading to violent clashes. The two major political positions to emerge were revolutionary nationalism, the leading exponent of which was the Black Panthers, and cultural nationalism, expounded by the organization US, United Slaves, led by Ron Karenga. The revolutionary nationalists saw that the source of their oppression was in the prevailing political and economic system. They were socialists and were willing to make alliances with radical whites in working for a radical transformation of society.
Yeah. And I think that their official name was not United Slaves. That was like a derogatory name for them.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't
claim that?
Claim the title of United Slaves, no.
Oh, that was like an epithet thrown at them?
Yeah, exactly. Us was just like, us, like black people.
Okay, that's funny because I've seen it referenced a lot that they like called themselves United Slaves. I don't know.
No, that was like it originated as like a Panther attack on.
Okay.
Us.
Okay, that would make sense. I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, anyways, on the other hand, the cultural nationalists saw black liberation solely as a struggle of black against white. They stressed traditional African culture rather than a specific political program, and, as was the case with Karenga, were often militantly anti-communist. Cultural nationalism was thus finally reactionary and entirely consistent with the program of black capitalism put forward by Nixon and other establishment politicians, which would allow the admission of a few blacks into the ruling circles of American society without changing the nature of oppression faced by the great masses of black people. So they're kind of agreeing with like Eldridge Cleaver's kind of attack on like Stokely Carmichael.
I think it's a bit like of it. I think that like even though like I do think that Ron Karenga was like a very sus, like his whole organization was sus in many ways. Like I think like it is interesting how like that kind of, I think that part of the reason why people like were kind of like seduced by this was because like it wasn't quite so like opposed to like Marxism on the surface as all that, like really. But there certainly was like an aspect of what they're talking about, like as you can even kind of see in their own in that Unity and Struggle article that we read, in their own kind of like a retroactive self-assessment. But so I think like it's a bit of an exaggeration in terms of like how they presented themselves, at least, but substance of it, there might be something there.
I mean, obviously the cultural element is like important. I think at this time, I don't know.
Well, I think like it is kind of, I mean, I was saying before, like obviously this is like from like a very like a Panther focused like perspective. We're talking about the situation of like the NOI versus the Black Panthers and stuff like that. Like it is kind of interesting. I mean, I said this before, but it's interesting that like it kind of is almost sort of epitomized in how he like called himself Maulana, and he said that was a Swahili word for master teacher, when that is like an Arabic word for our master. And it's usually something that you don't call yourself, but people call you. So you usually have to wait for yours to be designated Maulana. But
I guess he gets by on it. According to Wikipedia, it's labeled Swahili -Arabic, like for master teacher.
Like maybe it's a loan word in Swahili. Like
he did study Arabic, I think, at UCLA. He studied Swahili and Arabic. And, other things.
But the like that is an indication of the kind of deep influence of really Islam, like Arabic by way of Islam in Africa, which like the whole like Qaeda thing was really like, and you can see this in Ishmael Reed's Mumbo Jumbo and stuff like this. Not to say that like the critique of the NOI that he made in Mumbo Jumbo was totally baseless. However, like there was kind of a reactionary thing about it where like, you know, say what you will, like we were talking about this last time about like how solidaristic is Qaeda. Like obviously, and you know, these the whole cultural nationalism thing, like obviously you can kind of see it, but I think like a race-based solidarity is less effective than like a religious-based one, which was like kind of starting to emerge with the NOI. And you know, there's also like you talked about like a political solidarity. So there's like you know, and also like even within the kind of cultural nationalism, like we're a national, we are a nation without, you know, a material land and stuff like this, right? But we are a nation in a cultural sense. Like that can become complicated because like different people like can, you know, have different cultural roots. Africa is a whole continent. It's not like a small place that has a single culture, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So trying to like root things in African culture is like a little bit can become kind of a like the weeds there, especially when it's like this kind of academic framework. I mean, you see things with like a Kwanzaa, you know, like a holiday that's not, you know, that is not very commonly celebrated, you know, that's like,
right.
You know,
but I remember in the 90s,
kind of like a hodgepodge.
I don't know if it had that kind of resurgence like when I was a kid or because I was like in the Bay Area, but I do remember like Kwanzaa kind of being like included like alongside like, you know, Christmas, Hanukkah.
Well,
like
I remember having
holidays.
to sing Kwanzaa songs in our concerts in elementary school, like our holiday concerts. We had to sing like Kwanzaa songs as well as like Hanukkah and Christmas songs.
Yeah. No, I mean, maybe I didn't technically because I went to like Catholic
You went to Catholic school, so you didn't have to sing Hanukkah songs at all.
No, we actually did have like Hanukkah. Like
that's
we had,
interesting.
We had like a little. It was like somebody in our class, like their mom was Jewish, and so she like come in and like give us dreidels and like tell us like the story of Hanukkah and stuff like that, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, like Kwanzaa is like I remember discovering for the first time. It's like, oh, it was created by this guy who's basically like an FBI informant. Like,
yeah. No,
like,
at my
like,
public school, we had to sing songs for Christmas, obviously, like. It's interesting, actually, we kind of like sang mostly like snow-based songs, then like some Hanukkah songs, like maybe like one or two Christmassy songs, like you know, or like Christianity-focused songs, maybe, but like, you know, not super heavy on the like we sang like Alleluia or something, I think.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah,
which
like
kind of is
secular,
vague, you know, it's another language, etc., etc. And then we sang this one song that was like about Kwanzaa. I can almost remember it was like we work together and play together in unity. You know, like it was like very, you know, it's interesting. But like yeah, I mean that's kind of like it is like it's interesting that like I mean one of the only people, I don't even know if this is true, but one of the only people I know of who celebrated Kwanzaa is Kamala Harris. Like so she claimed, which I almost could believe based on who her parents were. You know, like it almost makes sense.
Jamaican
that, like,
Marxist
family
academic father and like
Kwanzaa.
her Indian mother would celebrate Kwanzaa. Yeah, like in like a secular humanist kind
like
of way.
Hyper like intellectual kind of, you know,
growing up in the Bay Area, like in the 80s.
Yeah,
and
in
stuff.
California, exactly.
Yeah.
That almost like would be, it's almost plausible. I mean, maybe she made up that she celebrated Kwanzaa, but it's a weird thing to make up, honestly. But anyway, because like, is that gonna actually, are people gonna be like, yeah, like the Kwanzaa demographic, like you're trying to curry favor? I mean, who knows is going through their minds, but
it's like it's kind of like this phantom. There always was kind of a meme about it that like black people don't actually, much less in Africa, where because it was invented in America, like, but like even African Americans like don't really like celebrate.
I used to,
Kwanzaa that much.
My roommate, I used to troll her. My older roommate used to troll her by wishing her a happy Kwanzaa. She get mad, but yeah, like she was kind of like, you know, same thing basically. No one actually celebrates it.
But it has a kind of like Ford Foundation gloss like on it that it's got this like Ford Foundation vibe that I'm sure like the people of the Ford Foundation thought it like rocked. You know,
well, it's like, interesting because like it has know like real as far as I know, I don't actually know like what Kwanzaa is like made out of, but obviously like it's kind of a an invented holiday. It doesn't really have like any kind of like historical basis, and it's kind of based on this like it's a kind of like a pan-Africanist holiday.
It's like an Esperanto holiday kind of, but like,
and you can kind of see how like that is. I mean, like obviously like I think like it's the popularity that it has kind of speaks for itself in a way, but like it's kind of this like say what you will about. I mean, obviously the nation took it in like certain directions that like are were kind of innovated by Elijah Muhammad to various extents, like calling himself a prophet, calling Fard God and all of these things, right? But like even if you look at like Muhammad Speaks, like and you see like what their creed is, like it's basically like not so different from the basic principles of Islam, like belief in one God, like and such things. So like that the Bible, they say like the Bible has been tampered with, not all of it's true, but the Quran is all true, using this kind of like Surah Al-Fatiha, all these things, like that does have like a very like deep cultural roots. That like many that was the religion of many of the people who were enslaved in the Americas, right? So, and that is like not to say that African traditional religions aren't also valid in that way, but like Kwanzaa is not an African traditional religious thing,
right? Right.
So like it doesn't have that same kind of like it like I think that it there's something there that is missing, right? Where like a lot of people like came out of the nation and moved into Sunni Islam because like they there is like for instance Nubia Kai who was like kind of exposed to Islam through the nation and eventually became like a great scholar of like the history of Islam in West Africa, right? So like you like because and that is there to discover, whereas like not to say that there isn't like like traditions that predate Islam in Africa, like in in the further past, right? And countries that were or areas of Africa that were not Islamized until much later in their history. Like certainly those obviously like there's also have rich cultural traditions for sure, but none of them really have much to do with Kwanzaa, and it's kind of a like there's something that is sort of like muddied about the cultural national. But I do think that even by the early 70s, you did kind of see the sort of pivoting over to like a Marxian analysis from the Karenga people, even though
I think in the radical circles it was kind of ascendant by maybe 73.
Or even earlier. 72.
I just want to finish reading this part about Karenga and the UCLA shooting and his involvement with the LAPD. Growing on here, for the revolutionary nationalists versus cultural nationalists, the growing antagonisms between these two positions reached a crisis point in the struggle for leadership of the Black student movement at UCLA. The issue which served as the new catalyst was the choice of a director for the newly created Campus Afro-American Studies Center. A coalition of Black community groups was created by the Black Student Union on campus to aid in the choice of the director. Ron Karenga of US, who was not a UCLA student, managed initially to get the coalition to accept a nominee whom he supported for the post and urged that an ultimatum be served on the UCLA administration to have this nominee appointed. However, the Black Panther faction, led by John Huggins and Bunchy Carter, who were UCLA students and were widely respected on campus, succeeded in rallying students to hold back on the choice and try to look for other potential nominees. On January 17, 1969, a particularly bitter and stormy meeting on this question was held in UCLA's Campbell Hall. As the meeting was breaking up, shooting broke out, and John Huggins and Bunchy Carter were killed. Subsequently, the LA County Grand Jury indicted 5 U.S. members for murder and conspiracy in the killings. Ron Karenga was not present when the killings occurred and was not indicted. 3 of the 5 were ultimately apprehended, convicted of second-degree murder, and sentenced to life. Tackwood claims that Karenga was given money, guns, narcotics, and encouragement from the police in his war with the Panthers. This is not inconsistent with Karenga's known record of opportunism in dealing with the, quote, white power structure he professed to despise. According to the Wall Street Journal, we couldn't really track down more than this, but according to them, a few weeks after the assassination of Martin Luther King, Mr. Karenga slipped into Sacramento for a private chat with Governor Reagan at the governor's request. The Black Nationalist also met clandestinely with LA Police Chief Thomas Redden after Mr. King was killed. Since the exposure of U.S.'s role in the murder of Carter and Huggins, Karenga's influence in the black community has waned. His usefulness to the police has thus declined, and that's why, he was recently arrested with torturing two women and was sent to the California Men's Colony, a psychiatric institution, I guess, where he got out a few years later. But then, it does talk about also the prison movement, and this is like the other big thing that that Tackwood was like involved in, that he partially felt kind of bad about, of like setting up Angela Davis and plotting the destruction of the Jackson brothers and like the Soledad brother crew. The three movements, like in the ghetto, the campuses, and the prisons, these three movements were brought together in the persons of Jonathan Jackson, Angela Davis, and George Jackson. The testimony of Lewis Tackwood sets the stage. Quote, I had been transferred from intelligence to CCS, but in the process we found out a few things about a Northern California type conspiracy thing. At the time, Angela Davis wasn't even being thought about. What they were worried about was that information was coming down from the north that the blacks and whites and Chicanos were getting together and combining into one faction. At the time, Angela Davis was doing a lot of speaking all over the campuses. Some of the people she knew were involved in this combining of the groups, so I was asked to go north and check it out. But in the process, we found Angela Davis was heavily involved in the Soledad defense case, so they started tailing her because they knew before she was going north that she was going. At the same time, they had been getting wind down here and some up there that there was going to be some kind of breakout. So it was coincidental that the first person Angela Davis visited up north was one of the main characters in the little old plot. She's not involved, but they were. When she got there, the planning had already been formulated. The main person in the plot was Cotton Smith, Cotton being the number one gun expert and all those things, and had already shipped guns up there, and he was the liaison man between the North, Santa Cruz, and here. So the police knew who was there, when they were there, and how. So the police had a very wide picture of what was going on. And recall once again, back in our Tom Mosher episode, like the talk about certain Black Panthers going up into the Santa Cruz mountains to like some compound to practice with like guns and explosives and shit. And like Tom Mosher was always encouraging people because it's like time to pick up the gun. And like, and Cotton Smith, I know a lot of people, there's still a lot of, love and respect for, I think, George Jackson and Jonathan Jackson and stuff. But like, keep this in mind in terms of their decision to engage in like revolutionary left, like, hostage taking kind of incidents, that it was completely like masterminded by Cotton Smith, the police informant. The way it went down, this jailbreak that Jonathan Jackson was planning, the way it went down was not the way it was supposed to happen. The way they were going to do it, if you notice the way Marin County is set up, the chief of police, the mayor, all of them are in the same building. Well, 9 men could run in there, go into the building right quick, and just take over. But that morning, some of the members went to San Rafael, and they seen that there was too many police that morning, so they split, leaving Jonathan Jackson out there sitting by himself. And you can imagine what went through his mind. He walks up there with the guns, not knowing the rest of them had gone, and the shit hits the fan. Angela all this time is in San Jose. So like when she hears the news over the radio, she splits. She leaves San Francisco and comes back to LA, and from there she splits. Now the police is right there on her all the time. By the time she gets to LA, the APB's out on her, so she splits. The events that led to the triple tragedies in California, the Jackson brothers, George and Jonathan, and Angela Davis, unwind as if from some infernal machine. No Greek tragedy could be more inexorable. The argument of the bloody legend is facts about American prisons. And this is actually an interesting history, like we were saying in the beginning, of like prison political agitation. 1961 in Folsom, black Muslims crack segregated dining facilities. Guards injure 10 in breaking up riot. 24 blacks, including 11 Muslims, shipped to Soledad Adjustment Center. Yikes. Warden Heinze says, it isn't just the Muslims anymore. The other colored boys have joined up, and this thing is getting out of hand. 1962, San Quentin, 80 prisoners in adjustment center riot for 4 hours. Warden gives no explanation. Then San Quentin again, second uprising in a month at Adjustment Center. Guards fire tear gas. 63 in Soledad, 1,500 prisoners start food strike. 9 of 11 cell blocks refuse Associate Warden Park's offer of eating in mess hall. 1964, rioting leaves 1 prisoner dead and 16 injured in Soledad. 29 prisoners sent to other prisons to break up a number of pressure groups. 1965, Soledad, prisoners working in clothing factories strike in protest against pay scale, 30 cents a day. 66, Soledad, Robert Jordan, black Muslim, files legal papers on behalf of all prisoners charging that the strip cells were cruel and unusual punishment. Jordan says he was put naked into his cell covered with human feces with no bed and no light. Federal Judge Harris orders investigation. Soledad, prisoners in disciplinary wing riot after federal court opens investigation. 19-year-old prisoner hangs himself in strip cell. Judge Harris orders strip cells closed or improved. 1967, incident involving black kitchen worker being sent to hole expands when 9 more blacks are fired from kitchen crew and 31 more mess hall workers walk out in protest. At this time, Muslims call a strike for all black workers. 900 blacks go on strike. Days of rioting follow, resulting in 15 prisoners being wounded by guards' gunfire. January 19th, warden orders general lockup of all prisoners. San Quentin Chronicle admits rioting was not a race war, as officials claimed. The mass of convicts, both black and white, were seething with grievances that crossed race lines. 300 prisoners put in disciplinary wing. U.S. Court of Appeals rules the inmate has no right to sue state over violation of his civil rights. Soledad, 1,000 prisoners go on strike in response to that decision. Prison officials say strike is over food and recreational controls. 68, San Quentin, 500 prisoners began work strike. And let's see, 600 hippies gather at gates to show support. The Outlaw, an underground newspaper inside the prison, was blamed for the strike. 9 prisoners suspected of putting it out were transferred to Folsom, where they organized a sympathy strike involving 1,600 prisoners. 1969, Soledad, 700 prisoners staged a brief strike to protest the indeterminate sentence. That was the thing where George Jackson was arrested and for like maybe a robbery and got a 1-year to life sentence. And like he was in jail for like 10 years on that sentence because they could just like keep extending it for any reason they wanted. It was really fucked up. So then there was more protests. San Quentin, a group called Panther Power to the Vanguard, leads a hunger strike involving 65 blacks of the 88 prisoners in the Adjustment Center. They demand a black warden, a black parole board, fund drives for the Black Panther Party, and release of all blacks from the disciplinary unit. 1970, here we go. Soledad, 3 black political prisoners shot by guards. Soledad, white guard killed. George Jackson, Fleta Drumgo, John Clutchette, charged with murder and assault. Soledad, white guard stabbed. Soledad 7, indicted. San Quentin, Jonathan Jackson attempts to free 3 San Quentin prisoners at the Marin County Courthouse. All are killed by sheriffs and guards, with the exception of Rochelle McGee. Then 800 prisoners go on strike to free all political prisoners, including Soledad brothers. They demand abolition of the adult authority and closing of the Adjustment Center. And this is interesting, granting of asylum to condemned prisoners in communist countries. So actually this was like, I guess like a demand of theirs, so like send us to like East Germany or the Soviet Union because we're political prisoners, you know?
Right.
It's actually an interesting solution, you know? So there was more riots, more work strikes, demands calling for overhaul of sentencing and parole procedures and for amnesty in communist countries. More strikes, riots, etc. And then August 21st, 1971, George Jackson and 2 other inmates killed, in addition to 3 guards in what was called an escape attempt. So going back to Jonathan, his younger brother, on August 7th, 1970, a 17-year-old black youth, Jonathan Jackson, entered the Marin County Courthouse in San Rafael. Concealed under his coat was a shotgun rifle and a satchel full of handguns. He sat down in the spectator section in the courtroom of Judge Harold Haley, where the trial of a black San Quentin inmate, William McLean, was in process. There were 2 other inmates there to serve as witnesses. Then Jackson rose with the .38 special revolver in his hand and stated coolly, "All right, gentlemen, I'm taking over now." He then armed the 3 prisoners and took the judge, the DA, and 3 jurors as hostages. Some witnesses later testified that as he left the courthouse, he shouted, "Free the Soledad brothers by 12:30." Some said the cry was free all political prisoners. After the 9 boarded a yellow van and started to drive off, San Quentin guards opened fire on them. Jackson, McLean, Christmas, and Judge Haley were killed. The San Quentin warden was later to remark, "Prison personnel try to prevent any break, hostages or no hostages." Since Jonathan Jackson was killed, there's no definite knowledge as to his motive in the escape attempt. The state speculated he was going to use the hostages to force the release of the Soledad brothers, 3 San Quentin inmates who were in the process of going on trial and killing a prison guard. One of them was his brother, George Jackson, author of the best-selling Soledad Brother. So that, it seems like was basically set up. The judge was killed because he had a shotgun taped to his head, as kind of like insurance. And they did basically the, what's it called? The Hannibal doctrine. And just opened fire and riddled it with bullets. And either the gun went off accidentally or the only surviving guy, Rochelle McGee, was indicted for murder for killing the judge, even though I don't think it was him who was closest to him or anything. And critically, Angela Davis was indicted because I guess some of the guns that Jonathan Jackson used were registered in her name. However, Jonathan Jackson was her bodyguard, so it's not that weird that maybe she would buy a gun for him or something like that, right? But they tried to rope her in that she was incredibly involved in plotting this hostage thing. So Tackwood says about it, CCS was very happy about the whole situation. For once, they could get their hands on a whole bunch of them. The original plan was to get about 9 people. They wanted to get the hit squad caught there and butchered. Then they'd have them all for conspiracy. And the same man, Cotton Smith, would give information, convicting all of them in one crowd. The police themselves knew so much about it. They knew the day. I saw them up there. I saw Mahoney and Bob Sherritt up there that morning. Told me to get my ass out, and I was put on a bus. Take 10 hours. When I got to L.A., the shit done happened. Wow. So, yeah, they arrest Angela off a grand jury indictment and et cetera, et cetera. Now, okay, the other weird thing with the Jackson brothers is the quote-unquote escape attempt that ends up killing George Jackson. And this actually involves an interesting character. So he had a lawyer on August 21st, 1971, named Stephen Mitchell Bingham, a white 29-year-old poverty lawyer from an aristocratic New England family. I looked it up. Stephen Bingham, related to Hiram Bingham III. I think he's the grandson of a senator from Connecticut. Really high old wasp, basically. Actually, I think his grandfather rediscovered Machu Picchu in Peru, doing archaeological studies, back in, I don't know, the 1930s. So Bingham showed up at San Quentin, wanted to visit George Jackson. He wanted to talk with him regarding a case he was working on involving James Carr, a former Black Panther Party leader who had been a cellmate of Jackson's and was, murdered mysteriously. Initially, Bingham was denied permission to visit Jackson, but at 1:15 p.m., prison officials finally decided to allow the visit. On his way to a visiting room, Bingham had to pass through a metal detector. The detector registered. The officer opened the briefcase, found a cassette tape recorder, checked it by opening the battery case, and returned it. Meanwhile, Jackson was undergoing a standard skin search before being allowed a visit. He was ordered to strip naked, bend over with his legs, and finally his afro hair was fingered and checked. And then they visited for about 15 minutes, and it is unclear what happened from this point on, but by the end of the afternoon, the revolutionary was lying dead in a pool of blood in the prison yard. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be very unusual, blah, 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 but he was like a superstar, right? And he was in jail for 11 years on a 1-year to life sentence for robbing a gas station, robbing $71 from a gas station. And, he joined the Black Panther Party in prison, was made a field marshal. He co-founded the Black Guerrilla Family, which would go on to be kind of like this prison gang / militant group. He was put in the adjustment center a lot of times, et cetera, et cetera. So it is thus only because of George Jackson's fame that the facts of his death have been subject to real great public scrutiny. According to prison officials, when Jackson was returned to the adjustment center, and was about to undergo another skin search, he whipped a gun and 2 clips of ammo from under a wig he was wearing and forced the unarmed guards to open the cells of the 26 men on the first floor. In the process of achieving control of that floor of the adjustment center, 3 guards and 2 white inmates, trustees, were killed. When the prison alarm sounded, Jackson supposedly fled the adjustment center into the courtyard and ran towards the 20-foot-high prison wall 75 yards away. A guard on the gunwalk above fired on him, and he fell dead. And a lot of people felt this was a very sus story. Like, this didn't add up. It says the official version has uncertainties and contradictions which stretch the bounds of credibility. The gun Jackson allegedly used in the escape attempt was identified by authorities at one time as a 9mm Spanish-made Astra M600, which prison authorities assume was smuggled into Jackson, concealed in Bingham's tape recorder. The Astra 600 is like 8 1/8 inches long. There's no conceivable way that a gun this bulky could be concealed, along with 2 clips of ammo, under an afro wig, or for Jackson to be able to walk 50 yards back to the adjustment center without its being noticed by the guards accompanying him. And The Guardian, I don't know if it's the UK, but a Radical Weekly summed up the contradictions. The gun Jackson allegedly used has undergone 3 transformations. In the SF Examiner, the Hearst paper, on August 22nd, Associate Warden James Park is quoted as having said Jackson fired 1 or 2 shots from a .38 caliber pistol. The following day, the San Francisco Chronicle reported that he had a 9mm automatic. Subsequently, based on info the newspaper obtained from California's Criminal Identification and Investigation, CII Bureau, the gun was identified as a 9mm Spanish-made Astra M600. The ownership of the gun was supposedly traced to a Black Panther field marshal, Landon Williams, who is currently jailed in New Haven, Connecticut. On August 29th, however, Examiner reported that through a leak, it had learned the escape weapon was actually a Spanish-made llama corto, approximately 5 inches long. The third description of the weapon was offered, curiously enough, the day after the Chronicle, in a pistol and wig experiment, concluded it was impossible for an Astra M600 to fit under a wig. It's still not possible to determine the make, size, and model of the gun. When asked, Information Officer O'Brien replied that he did not know anything about the gun, and it was in the possession of the Marin County DA. And in the indictment handed down, the weapon is just described as a 9mm automatic pistol. So, like, very sus. And then, like, for Bingham, this, like, WASP lawyer kid to, like, smuggle it in, there would have had to be, like, Epstein-level prison failures, like, at every single step. And actually, they were put in a room together with no, like, protective barriers, so, like, he could have passed him something. But I don't know, like, and I think this book, because it was written, like, basically after this, Stephen Bingham just disappeared and, like, was actually presumed dead for a while. Yeah, he just, like, he vanished. He was last seen by his uncle, a retired Berkeley professor, at about 5 p.m. on the day that this happened. His uncle described him as being very relaxed and normal, not the demeanor of someone who just participated in a prison escape attempt. Yeah, so actually, if you kind of update to, like, today, let's see. Like, he actually did pop up again. Like, he fled the country completely, Stephen Bingham, and came back. He graduated from Milton Academy, was captain of the track team, attended Yale, and, like, was a member of the Yale Young Democrats. And he was a Mississippi Freedom Rider volunteer in 1964, and then went to UC Berkeley Law School, and married the granddaughter of Adolph B. Spreckels, the heiress of the Spreckels Sugar Company. The couple joined the Peace Corps and were assigned to Sierra Leone. After spending 2 years in West Africa with the Peace Corps, they returned to Berkeley in 1967, where he continued studying law. He marched for Cesar Chavez in the Congress for Racial Equality. He was an intern in the U.S. Congress and the DOJ, and he worked on RFK's presidential campaign in 1968. So a real go-getter, like he was, going bright places as a new left, blue blood and whatever. But then he just had to, like, fucking flee. And he lived in Europe and France for 13 years. And eventually came back, like, and surrendered with the help of Ramsey Clark. to the authorities and was put on trial. And was after a 10-week trial was basically what's it called? Acquitted. Yeah, is like found not guilty, and basically said like I have no idea what the fuck that like I did not bring a gun to the courthouse. Like basically, it sounds like this guy was framed, you know, as like this little hippie lawyer, this radical lawyer, you know, came in to help his fucking escape release. There was like a woman, like an assistant, somebody that was like helping. That was helping Bingham out, like with Jackson, that was like a little bit mysterious. Let me see if it was in the article about like the San Quentin. I think it actually was in the San Quentin 6 article summary here on Wikipedia. I forget her name, but let me see right here. Yeah, Louis Tackwood. Who did he visit with? There was a woman. There was a young woman that he came to. That he came with, and she like kind of. I think she like kind of like just dropped out of like any kind of political activity or whatever. And then in the 80s, when like his trial was happening, she kind of said that. That I just like I don't want to talk about this case. Like I don't want to be involved. And it was like a little bit suspicious. I feel like it's maybe just like a little bit suspicious. I think maybe it was this LA Times article from the 80s. Yeah, Anderson. Okay, here it is. This is from LA Times article talking about him getting acquitted. On the day of Jackson's uprising, Bingham arrived at San Quentin with Vanita Anderson, a legal investigator for Jackson, who was about to be tried for murder. Bingham wanted to talk to Jackson about a class action lawsuit. Anderson was denied a visit because she'd already seen Jackson that week, but Bingham was allowed in. As the attorney prepared to visit the Black Panther Party official, Bingham was asked by prison guard Dan Scarborough if he wanted to use a tape recorder in his meeting. When Bingham said he did not have one, Scarborough testified that Anderson offered hers. Interesting. The facts that Bingham did not bring the recorder with him and did not plan to bring it into his meeting with Jackson until encouraged by the guard were key parts of his defense. Several men who worked as San Quentin guards in 1971 testified that Jackson was thoroughly strip-searched before his meeting with Bingham and did not have a gun. Minutes after the meeting with the lawyer, however, Jackson was stopped by a guard who noticed something in the prisoner's hair. Jackson said, "You got me," and then produced a 9mm semi-automatic pistol and 2 8-round ammunition magazines from beneath a bushy Afro-style wig, guards testified. "The dragon has come," he said, quoting Ho Chi Minh. He then launched a disastrous escape attempt, forcing the guards to free about 24 inmates who rampaged. 2 of the guards were shot. Etc. And yeah, I think as far as Anderson, let's see. Okay, this is a little sus. Missing from Bingham's trial were several critical pieces of evidence, such as the tape recorder thought to have concealed the gun and a curly black hair found on the gun. The tape recorder left the prison with Anderson on the day of the incident and was never recovered. The hair apparently popped out of a broken laboratory slide while the evidence sat in storage. Also missing from the trial were several key witnesses, including Anderson. After the San Quentin uprising, she moved to Texas, where she earned a teaching credential. She now lives in L.A. under her married name and refused to testify about her activities on that day. She told authorities she would invoke the Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination if called as a witness. Defense lawyers said their notion of an official plot on Jackson's life was bolstered by the fact that Anderson was never subpoenaed, questioned before a grand jury, or indicted, even though authorities claimed she played a key role in smuggling the gun to Jackson. The defense team implied that if she had been forced to talk... If she had been forced to talk, authorities feared she may have implicated some undercover police agents within the Black Panther Party who had encouraged Jackson's ill-fated escape attempt. Boren said Anderson was not pursued because there was no solid evidence linking her to the crime. Little sus, The tape recorder just oops, and then she just like disappears, and it's like, I'm not gonna. She's invoking her Fifth Amendment right to not self-incriminate. And just as a little side note, because we talked about it in the Berkeley Barb episode, it kind of came back around in this that one of the, I think also maybe she was mentioned in the Ramparts book, but Faye Stender, who was like a feminist radical lawyer that was working and helping the Black Panthers. Remember, she got shot by a Black guerrilla family member, Edward Glenn Brooks, because he thought that she betrayed George Jackson like before he had died and like didn't help him. So he like broke into her home and like shot her, and she ended up paralyzed. And made her like repeat, like, I admit to like betraying George Jackson and the revolution, like, or something like that. And then he shot her a bunch of times. And remember, we were reading a weird article about like Est taking over the Berkeley Barb, and how she eventually sadly committed suicide in Hong Kong because she was like in constant pain and paralyzed from the gunshots. And so I don't know. I think Black Guerrilla Family's got a deeper, interesting, like what they do after the Jacksons are killed. I feel like they almost turn into more of just like a prison gang in like a sus way. It's also worth noting that the person who would eventually murder Huey Newton in 1989 was a young Black Guerrilla Family member, Tyrone Robinson, who I think people said allegedly he wanted to be a shot caller. So he shot. It was over some kind of dispute about drugs, allegedly. Pretty sus. A lot of people kind of side-eyed that killing of Huey Newton, in the late 80s, and then kind of being like, oh, he was a crackhead, like blah, 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 or something. So, another notch on the battle axe of the reactionary pig deep state, basically taking out all these people, like breaking a million rules, being incredibly sus, and smashing these networks that had been building up.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
It's another like angle to at least like the Tackwood stuff, like a little bit like kind of separate from the like the Black left during this time, is like the whole like secret army organization thing.
Right. Let's talk about it a little
comes
later.
up in the Glasshouse Tapes book. Yeah. Having to do with this like kind of Reichstag fire type of plot. A lot of people like reported on this during the time. There's even like a Ramparts article about it, which basically kind of says more or less similar things to what you see in the Glasshouse Tapes book, probably like the ultimate source.
Yeah. You see an interesting like you see how differently right-wing groups are handled and their relationship with the police and the FBI. It's not to say that they never get busted, but like you get a sense more that a group like the Secret Army organization around there was like a right-wing group in San Diego County made up with like I think people that were associated with the Minutemen, that kind of group. They started doing like shootings and fire bombings around this very same period.
Totally. I mean, there were a couple of things that were like a little bit like, first of all, like the fact, in that Mohammed Speaks article about Tackwood, they make the point, I don't know, like extrapolating this from his statements, because like like we were kind of seeing like there's crossover between the Glasshouse Tapes and like the alleged interview. So like I don't know how much of like whether they actually interviewed him or not. Like I don't know how much of it like came from a conversation with him and how much of it was like an imaginary interview. That they just kind of said, but they certainly ran his they ran like a 3-part article over multiple issues about it. So you'd think they did have a sit down, but he said something, or they inferred something that was like, they have never arrested anyone who was like in a right-wing group, and they like buy weapons from the right and they sell them to the left. Like it was kind of like the allegation that he made. And there's another strange thing that was in both the Glasshouse Tapes and repeated there, where he said that it was I think Keel, right? Like
Lieutenant Keel,
yeah. He liked to call people up in the middle of the night and threaten them and pretend to be a member of a right-wing organization.
Yeah. Dare I say that there's a porous wall between like certain extreme right-wing groups and like the feds and the police departments themselves, and it can be hard to tell exactly which is which, but they're all often kind of like the same people.
I mean, it's interesting that you say like, this is like from the Ramparts article about this, talking directly about Tackwood. Let me see who the author of this is. It's called "The Strange Tale of the Secret Writing Organization USA," by Richard Popkin.
He collaborated
writer.
a lot with. There's an interview you can find of him on KPFA with Donald Freed, and they're both discussing like the Lewis Tackwood and like Operation Gemstone and stuff like that.
So he says, incredible as the Tackwood scenario, referring to the whole Squad 19 stuff and everything, as incredible as that seemed back in 1971, it sounded less outlandish as San Diego radicals than to those on the outside. He's writing this in 1973, by the way. For 2 years, they had quite literally been engaged in protracted warfare with right-wingers determined to drive them out of the area. As early as 1970, activists associated with the San Diego Street Journal underground newspaper were living in an armed fortress, which they guarded around the clock against the attacks of night riders who would shoot into their houses, firebomb their cars, and threaten their lives. Curious, this terror campaign intensified as the paper exposed more and more illegal activities of San Diego kingpin C. Arnold Smith.
Oh, yes, on one occasion, sus.
Yeah. On one occasion, for example, sentries spotted two men crouched behind a car with a high-powered rifle trained in the house. It was late at night, but they were prepared for emergencies. At a signal, they switched on flood lamps, which bathed the house in light, and they announced over a loudspeaker system that they would open fire if the men did not withdraw. The gunmen waited for a moment, then dismantled their rifle and drove off into the night. By late 1971, the vigilantes stepped up their attack and had chosen their principal targets. One of these was a certain Peter Boehmer, a radical who at the time was teaching economics at San Diego State College. He began receiving threatening phone calls, and bear in mind, I think that Peter Boehmer was like one of like the big targets of COINTELPRO, I believe.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Clarify that COINTELPRO, Peter Boehmer. This is in this is from the Harvard Crimson. In the space of a couple of years during the early 70s, Peter Boehmer, professor at San Diego State University, was repeatedly threatened, shot at his office firebombed as a result of his anti-war activities. After being arrested for demonstrating, Boehmer was hounded from his job and confined to a hospital for the criminally insane for observation. Later, a local court ordered him to leave California because of his record of arrests at demonstrations. Though the local police cooperated enthusiastically, the architect of the harassment campaign against Boehmer was an FBI informant in a right-wing terrorist group. Boehmer's experience was only one of the more ghastly results of COINTELPRO.
I think Howard Berry Godfrey was an FBI informer and agent provocateur for 5 years, and I think was connected to like this SAO group. And kind of telling like the San Diego. He was keeping the FBI abreast of what was going on, but kept the San Diego police in the dark about what was happening. And then there was even more like misconduct. It said that like they had to bomb a lot of stuff like before the FBI was like, all right, we probably should like, go after these guys. But at the preliminary hearings of the 9 arrested for the 2 acts of violence, the FBI and the DA's chief witness Godfrey testified that he and Hoover had been surveilling Boehmer's home for the SAO, as was their custom, when Hoover took a 9mm pistol from under the seat and fired 2 shots in the residence. Godfrey said he didn't know that Hoover was going to shoot, and as his SAO superior, he ordered him to stop. Hoover left the gun in Godfrey's car, and the informer turned it over to his FBI contact, Steve Christensen. Christensen, said to be sympathetic to the secret army, hid the gun under his couch for 6 months until the DA's office learned of its existence by talking to Godfrey after a theater bombing. The agent has since left the FBI and cannot be found for comment, but the FBI office denies knowing anything about the gun previous to the bombing. So that was one of the FBI agents that, received like a piece of hard evidence, like the gun, and then just like hid it under his couch instead of telling any of the other authorities about it. Because he was sympathetic. Godfrey has admitted to being a captain and commander of the local SAO and second in command of the California State Section. Other rightists contend that Godfrey was a co-founder of it after the Minutemen were, quote, destroyed by communists in the Justice Department.
Right, yeah.
Godfrey said he had supplied information almost daily for 5 years through 3 FBI contacts, Christensen, Earl Peterson, and Jordan Naylor. Yeah, damn. That's pretty wild. Godfrey allegedly, I guess he got, I I guess he got represented by the ACLU for some reason, and saying that he was being kind of like framed for the bombing, or no, he's representing somebody else that was being charged, and said that Godfrey is like the real culprit. He says the SAO commander Jerry Davis said that Godfrey supplied 75% of the money for the SAO. So you got the FBI informant.
His FBI salary, like $250 dollars a month. Right. He.
Godfrey was in charge also of the SAO's counterintelligence unit. There's also a couple funny like profiles in this book of other like exposed COINTELPRO kind of operatives, and kind of comparative analysis of like what their game was. I guess one of these guys involved in this header links Godfrey, or maybe that's the ACLU lawyer. The ACLU lawyer links Godfrey with Tommy the Traveler, the SDS member who set up bombings in the East Coast for the FBI and blamed them on the left. That was, Tommy, like, he was like a Thai, right? And I forget what his last name was, but he was like a classic like Tom Mosher kind of guy of like, we need to start blowing stuff up. I forget what college he was sort of like embedded at, but he eventually did whip up some of his radical buddies basically to go and like try to blow up one of these, like the drafts at the ROTC Center or something like that. And then eventually was like exposed as being like a COINTELPRO agent the entire time. There are a number of Tommy Tongyai. I called him the Thai crazy Tom Mosher. It's writer Ron Rosenbaum commented about him. Tommy never had much in common with the people he was infiltrating. He only had, or thought he had, two things in common with them: a cowboy versus Indians view of revolutionary struggle, and a devotion to guns and violence as the only solution. And SDS members at the University of Rochester recall that all he'd ever talk about was killing pigs, putting pigs up against the wall, and guns. Boyd Douglas, the FBI provocateur informer, had begged the nuns and priests in the Berrigan case to use a gun to kidnap Henry Kissinger. He repeatedly offered to get explosives for students, urging them to become, quote, real revolutionaries to create more Columbias. Tommy participated in the November 15th, 1969 moratorium in Washington, D.C., urging students to stick with the weathermen, quote, because that's where all the good violence will be. FBI agent, it's really crazy. So there's an essay here they quote from by Frank Donner called The Agent Provocateur as Folk Hero. It says, but more serious is the implication that informers are subject to control, that they are cool operatives doing their job, and if they become provocateurs, this means only that they have been carried away for a moment. Tommy's history shows how unrealistic such reasoning can be. The control theory shows how, the control theory ignores the strange drives and hostile passions that cause people to act as spies in the first place, as well as the ways in which the atmosphere of risk in which they work is likely to intensify such feelings. As the informer becomes more involved, new and terrible energies may be released in him. The need to preserve his cover gives him a pretext to act out hatred and rage, washing away the cautions prescribed by his controllers or handlers. The notion that the political spy can hang his clothes on the hickory limb of involvement but avoid the water of provocation is a comforting but dangerous fiction. Damn. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, there was also, they go back and talk about James Jarrett, like the trainer of the SWAT team that also, a former Green Beret in Vietnam, probably doing Phoenix program shit, who also decided to like LARP and infiltrate the Friends and the Panthers for the CIA and LAPD to render that organization ineffective by whatever means necessary. And that's why he set up the hand grenade thing, where he planted it on Donald Freed and Shirley Douglas Sutherland. And interestingly, Freed writes about interacting with Jarrett, the spy, that, quote, he did not conceal his racism, male supremacy, and hunger for violence. But as a Marxist humanist, Freed thought that he and the left could correct Jarrett's alienation. He also thought that Jarrett's pathology proved he could not be a conscious agent of the state. The professor of philosophy did not realize that pathology and provocation are often the necessary conditions for a system of secrecy, deception, and finally, repression. That's a good point, actually. They're like, he's too crazy to be a Fed. Like, he's so crazy.
It's common, yeah.
He's crazy. You couldn't be a Fed, you know? Like, and it's like, no, that's actually like the type of person they often screen for. Like, you kind of have to have a little bit of a crazy side to you to want to play this like double game of like deception, right? And really like throw yourself into it successfully. You got to be a little bit like even not even as a front, but like genuinely like a little bit unstable, right? If you're going to be a real Discordian warlock. But yeah, then let's see. There was
I thought what were
you going to say?
Oh, I was gonna say that I just thought like the Godfrey's like account of like his various like plots that he wanted to execute was kind of interesting. I think he told Jerry Bush this. Another SAO militant. He and Don Segretti. He was talking about at Gunsmoke Ranch what they might want to do to take care of those red punks. In the event that the GOP held its convention in San Diego. And the plans that he proposed were, first, the use of massive dosages of LSD, cyanide, or strychnine introduced into the punch at an anti-war group meeting. The bombing of the VVAW headquarters, the Guild Theater, and several porno shops. Bombings of the homes or offices of anti-war leaders, kidnapping or assassination of anti-war leaders and activists, firebombing of vehicles and other property belonging to anti-war activists. By November and December 1971, Godfrey had become more ambitious. He wanted to acquire drone planes, which would carry payloads of high explosives and phosphorus to be dropped on the demonstrators. In addition, Godfrey spoke of using similar aircraft loaded with TNT or C4 plastique to blow up Air Force One and assassinate Nixon. The idea was to fly a bomb into the presidential jet as it landed either at Lindbergh Field or at El Toro Marine Base. Bush claimed that he had expressed horror at the suggestion and told Godfrey he had lost his mind, suggesting anything as insane as an attempt on the life of the president. Shortly thereafter, Bush and Godfrey parted ways after the former grew suspicious that he was being set up to take the rap on the shooting of Paul Tharp. By March 1972, he had left San Diego and not yet returned. So it seems like, the VVAW wasn't like so crazy to think that there was, or Tackwood for that matter, wasn't so crazy to think that there was some kind of like anti like left wing or sort of or plotted repression of left-wing protesters at this,
some kind of intrigue. I want to read this part here, circling
like he might
back
have been
to
very close to those people, who were managing that group.
Right. Yeah, this is later in the book talking about the Tackwood strange San Diego conspiracy. They write, this weird scenario became known to the world later as the Watergate affair. So this is Tackwood's like little testimony here that's it has some pretty like yikes connections about the Squad 19. Tackwood said, "I'm not going to show CRIC. I'm not telling nobody all what I got on Squad 19 and the San Diego conspiracy, but I'm going to show you some of it since it's starting to come out anyway. But I'm not giving up everything because, man, this is my only life insurance. You see where I'm coming from? I'm only giving up two names. There's Martin and there's White. All right, now Martin was a code name for my contact, and I'm going to tell you, he's CIA all the way. You ready for this? He was in Dallas when they got Kennedy. He left out of there for the Caribbean. And Martin is in on the cancellation of the election, some way, and in on the concentration camp thing. Do you see what I'm saying? Now the control, the man over Martin, is White. I only heard little about him, but they say he's the money man. Nobody's over him but the top dogs. Martin and White, that's all I'm going to give you now. This is my life insurance. 8 months after that tape was made by Louis E. Tackwood, two mystery men were catapulted into the headlines. Their names were McCord and Hunt. Their various code names included Martin and White. These names were used by several operatives. The Watergate affair began in June 17, 1972, with the arrest of 5 men in the Democratic National Committee offices in the Watergate Hotel. There was a lawsuit. But I think like Nixon pushed the court, the CRIC group that Nixon was running, asked the district court to postpone the suit until after the election. Because it would be so disruptive. it says that, what was really happening at DNC headquarters, electronic devices were involved, but that seems to be the least serious activity. They found out that this wasn't just a bugging budget or a squad. The invaders were discovered putting forged documents of some kind in files, not taking papers out. They were not burglars. These were only the first major contradictions. The men wearing evening clothes and rubber gloves carried electronic devices so sophisticated that, according to the New York Daily News, they could have been used for months without detection. These veteran clandestine operatives are the same men that sources close to the White House called circus tramps and burglars. Yeah, there's kind of a thing. Even that HBO miniseries about them a few years ago was like, look how dumb, they're chuds, they're so stupid. Yeah. They got caught on. It's like, no, I don't know. I don't know why they maybe got caught on purpose, but it's very suspicious. Also in their possession were incendiary and bomb manufacturing devices and implements. They had previously planted a super sensitive listening device in a fire alarm box. The men had been in the committee offices before, and the listening devices were still working. In fact, as they broke and entered, another team of agents was dismantling a listening post in a motel across the street from the Watergate. One thing was perfectly clear. This espionage mission was involved with far more than eavesdropping. As the investigation unfolded during the 1972 campaign, it became clear that Watergate was but the tip of the iceberg. Hundreds of thousands of dollars and scores of men were revealed as part of a national network for political espionage, sabotage, and provocation. The contacts for the provocateurs who were recruited turned out to be men from the White House, the president's closest advisors. And it gives a kind of breakdown. Charles Colson was one that he was a big deal in terms of managing this kind of creep shadow network. He was Nixon's hatchet man. He said he accused candidates for office in 1970 of being advocates of everything from narcotics addiction to immediate surrender in Vietnam. Secret planner for extreme right-wing leader Reverend Carl O. McIntyre. Liaison for pro-war organizing between McIntyre, Marshal Kai, the U.S. Embassy in Saigon, and the White House. Then, of course, we have G. Gordon Liddy, E. Howard Hunt, James McCord Jr., all these guys involved with the Bay of Pigs, and they're all CIA old boys, right? Also James McCord, this is important, assigned a top-secret Pentagon special unit in charge of domestic political control of radicals in time of emergency. It must be kept in mind that an operation such as the Watergate affair or the San Diego conspiracy is tightly compartmentalized. That is to say, those in charge above the cutoff man are almost impossible to identify unless, as in this case, there are major blunders. So they, setting aside speculations about Hunt, we can trace Hunt as he contacts James McCord, who, according to the Post, headed a Pentagon unit that develops lists of radicals and draws up contingency plans for the censorship of the news media and the U.S. mail. McCord's employed by several GOP committees. Hunt, brought in people from the Bay of Pigs, connected to Governor Claude Kirk of Florida. When the Tackwood revelations and the ITT scandal forced the GOP convention to switch to Miami, Cubans replaced blacks, Chicanos, and Jesus freaks as provocateurs, but the new teams would still be run from Washington, D.C. by White and Martin. That's... The book doesn't quite get into why did this not end up happening? Was it simply too exposed? And they didn't. They did win. They did a lot of fuckery, right? But it turns out even
it may have been that the point was to make try to instigate cause the protesters to do this,
And then, but the protesters, I guess, didn't end up. They didn't end up coming to 72 the way they did in 68, where you could argue that they really did try to provoke a confrontation, thinking it would redound to the left's benefit.
That seems to have been the main strategy, by Tackwood's own account, was we have FBI records of, for instance, the Panthers and the US people going back and forth, or them going back and forth with the US people saying we want to provoke a retaliation. Let me see if I can get up the FBI's file on Ron Karenga, for instance. yeah. I think might be in here, the FBI monograph. Oh no, this is something different. But yeah, there definitely was I think I might have found it here, but like, yeah, there definitely is one thing where they talk about how, yeah, they're sending like mailing Ron Karenga these here's an example, like for the information of the Bureau, the enclosed newspaper article appeared in the 10/25/69 issue of the BPP. The article, which is an attack on Ron Karenga of the the US organization, I keep because the capital US, is self-explanatory. It is felt that if the following letter be sent to Karenga, pointing out that the contents of the article are objectionable to members of the US organization, the US organization in San Francisco, the possibility exists that some sort of retaliatory action will be taken against the BPP. The Bureau is therefore requested to approve sending the following letter anonymously to Ron Karenga in Los Angeles. Masada Milana, I'm sending you an article the Panther pigs here in San Diego think is way out. What are we going to do about it? We don't feel we can just let it pass, but don't want to move on it without your okay. Do you have any ideas? For the information of the Bureau, the word Masada in Swahili means help, Maulana means master teacher, and Umoja means unity. If approved, the above letter will be in the form of a handwritten note attached to the original of the newspaper article and will be forwarded to Karenga in a commercially purchased envelope. Information copy of this request is being forwarded to Los Angeles so that the division might be alert to any tangible results noted concerning this activity if approved.
Damn.
Yeah, and then they have this article from, I guess, the BPP, which is like the black thing co-opted. And saying Ron Karenga, founder and misleading bourgeois priest of the US organization and cultural nationalism, must be described as being synonymous with the lying, murdering, dogmatic pigs of the USA's organization, the CIA. But perhaps he is one lower than the usual run-of-the-mill pig, because what he has said out he has sold out and he's still selling out. He is using his black skin and the foul knowledge embodied in his bald head to mesmerize black people, to lead the people into believing a dashiki is more powerful than a pig speeding bullet. The reason that pork chop nationalists have been able to get people to support their banner, I mean, you get it, he
called them pork chop nationalists.
Rhetoric is because black people are looking for something, for anything functional to eliminate the oppressor country fascists that have gone crazy, misleading, denying, and murdering them, et cetera, et cetera. They're like, oh, if we send this, then they're gonna like attack the Black Panther Party in retaliation, probably. Something similar to that.
There's a money trail here also for that does lend some credence, considering Bernard Barker, who was telling people in like the fall, I guess, of 1971, that something was going to happen at the time of the conventions. And on April 24th, Barker and a secret team of 7 men went to Miami to hire provocateurs for a New York demonstration. Four of this team would be arrested at the Watergate. They were in Miami at the time, and one left the country because he was headed for trouble. They actually paid demonstrators to make an ugly scene while J. Edgar Hoover's body was lying in state because he had just died, right? This is also a weird period where J. Edgar Hoover dies, I think, in like May 1972. When all this crazy shit is kind of happening. So, yeah, kind of up in the air. Like the iron dog of the police state is gone, who has blackmail on everybody. Get this, money to pay for street scenes and fight with police and radicals came from the same money man, Bernard Barker, who served as the conduit of funds for the Bay of Pigs invasion. I wonder if he was a Paul Hellawell, Burt Canner partner, because they were conduits of funds, in Florida for the Bay of Pigs invasion, Castle Bank, etc., or, pre-Castle Bank. This time, Barker was handing out crisp, consecutive $100 bills that came to Miami's Republican National Bank from a secret source in Mexico via a secret source in Chile. Not the Fourth Reich alert. James McCord, chief of security for the Republican National Committee, sus. The guy that would be like in charge of keeping it safe, was paid for the Watergate job with the same funds that hired street altercations. Barker's wife said her husband had not been active with the Cuban community for 5 years. She was surprised he was arrested working with that group again. That observation fits in with the Squad 19 plan, which was arranged for San Diego. When the convention was moved to Miami, a whole new group of street people would have to set the milieu for confrontations. Some persons could be imported. Local varieties would be better. The radical, emotional, well-trained, constantly provoked Cuban exile community could be worked up sufficiently with enough of those CIA $100 bills floating around. One man in Miami was offered $700, quote, CIA money to demonstrate on the streets in August for the conventions. Kenneth Dahlberg, Nixon's campaign finance chairman for the Midwest, turned a check for $25,000 over to Maurice Stans, a former Commerce Secretary. That check plus another $100,000 was then deposited to the account of Bernard Barker, the Cuban conduit for the affair. Barker handed out $30,000 to the Watergate men, for hotel expenses and equipment. $10,000 went to Washington May Day provocations. Meanwhile, Frank Sturgis was planning demonstrations for the Republican conventions. 2 private Catholic colleges received a call from Sturgis asking for lodging in August for young Republicans. He left his phone number at Bernard Barker's real estate office. Where were these young Republicans coming from? Douglas Caddy, attorney for the men arrested, was co-founder of Young Americans for Freedom. That group is infiltrated with radicals, extremists, and many who supported Agnew for president. That's funny. I remember he used to go on like the Ed Opperman show with Douglas Caddy. He's like, I don't know if he's still alive, but he's like very old. He's like a very old, like gay Republican deep state guy who was like involved in this kind of fashy, kind of like with Roger Stone. I think he also claimed that like Henry Kissinger took him to an underground bunker and showed him like an alien, like a dead alien.
Oh yeah,
just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. So yeah. Anyway, so they were going to use the Young Americans for Freedom as like false flag shock troops or something. Yeah,
the whole like Agnew for president thing is interesting. That's something that these like the kind of people who like receive Tackwood's testimony and like Popkin and Ramparts too, like they like allege the same thing, like that it was like possibly like a breakaway faction within like the Nixon coalition that like wanted like thought he was too much of a peacenik, like trying to like make like rapprochement with China and stuff like that. They wanted to get rid of him and like install Agnew.
Right. But they kind of ran out of runway and people managed to force Agnew out before they could force Nixon out. Which is maybe the gambit that the super right wingers around Nixon were like going for. Kind of like how Tealites would maybe want to like, you'd want to time it right so you like maybe get Trump out and then put JD Vance in, but like don't get JD Vance in any scandals before that, because then they replace him with some kind of established a different faction.
Exactly.
Or something. I mean there's. It's funny how the lines for this, like the money flows for all of this, like paying for fake protesters and other things. There's even a discussion of like the CIA has developed 2 odorless gases which could be inserted into heating and air conditioning systems. They are not lethal, but can put out of rational action all who breathe it. And saying that they might have like gassed like the convention floor or like something. But actually, we mentioned him earlier. I forgot he was actually mentioned in the book, and they do provide a rationale, I to be fair, for why maybe this didn't go off at the last minute. It was William Lemmer, the FBI informant in VVAW, the guy who was like, I was the one that came up with like the defense plan, to like take over police stations, whatever. This book says, William Lemmer, a tormented agent provocateur for the FBI, confessed just in time to avert violence at the GOP convention. But then, the Florida federal grand jury charged the leaders of VVAW anyways of conspiring to organize fire teams with automatic weapons and et cetera, et cetera. So William Lemmer was a Vietnam veteran active in anti-war organizing. His psychiatric history and continual harassment by military intelligence made him a perfect profile to be used by intelligence for informing and provocation, really like PTK hours. When Lemmer could no longer bear the conflict of setting up his brother veterans, he took his story to the VVAW and to the ACLU. Frank Donner from the ACLU concluded of his sad case that in using Lemmer's mental anguish to betray his friends, the FBI sharpened already unbearable conflicts and brought him in from the cold. So that's maybe the most coherent explanation for why it didn't go off, is because this guy like cracked at the last minute and is like, I gotta go public with this shit, and like they're setting a false flag,
I mean, Tackwood did say that, like, relative to what you were just talking about, he did have that claim that like more than $300,000 was like allotted to house militants at the convention, right?
Yeah, a lot of money. A lot of they were bussing in these little like Charlie Kirk, like Young Americans for Freedom type, the Brooks Brothers riots. Yeah, like Brooks Brothers goons.
I mean, it's an interesting example. I mean, like to kind of start wrapping it up, like it's an interesting example, like of a case where like people always say like, oh, you can't have like a conspiracy like this, everyone would find out about it. It's like, well, it kind of did come out, but like no one actually knows about it or remembers it. Like
they laundered it out of public, like kind of being household, like a household factoid that everybody knows happened. Now it's like, oh, you sound like you think there's a false flag at the RNC, you crazy conspiracy
exactly
theorist. Like we've somehow the media, I think, did a number in smoothing people's brains over from this period of like peak noidedness, I think, and a lot, it's so hard to ignore. But, I'll give credit to people, the alternative press that was trying to like wrap their heads around this and like really emphasize that it's important. I mean, even little dirtbag Paul Krasner himself had like his conspiracy phase around this time.
Totally,
and was like, I'm paranoid about the FBI. I'm gonna publish May Brussels conspiracy stuff. But then like around like the late 70s, his love of porn kind of took back over, and he was like, I'm gonna go work for Larry Flint.
Yeah, the Watergate thing was almost like kind of the Epstein thing of its day, and it like made everyone. I mean, the Kennedy assassination was to an extent as well, but like there was that same thing with like Ramparts. They talked about how like it became like a Kennedy assassination, like there was a Kennedy assassination fixation at one point. I think Henkel developed like they kind of had their own like Epstein fever in a way during that time. Yeah,
but it's a shame they dropped it. You can see the forces kind of both the limited release, the catharsis of like the limited hangout exposure of Watergate to a certain extent made people feel like this whole evil web had been uncovered when in fact it hadn't really been defeated. This is like a tactical, this is like the intra kind of ruling class security state kind of like dispute that was like played out partially in public and claimed like the victim in like the president and vice president, and got like a Gerald Ford and like a Rockefeller into the White House, and then and then the system was, after all the bullshit of the 60s and 70s, that liberal like myth that like, well, we got the bad guys and like we went back because we're a good country, and even the president isn't above the law, like the Aaron Sorkin bullshit got to take over.
It's amazing.
It's wild. Maybe I just read the last paragraph here because it's haunting, and it's from Louis Tackwood in this book, and then we can wrap up. They write that when you look at Louis Tackwood, open your eyes wider, and you will see the glass house looming behind and over him. This is a quote from Lewis. They have an overall plan. You see, like I say, most of them are sergeants from the start. Most of them make money you wouldn't even believe. And their major plan, let me tell you, their major plan is that they want a full police state. I don't just mean California, but all over. They talk about it all the time. Total police state. You see my point. And when they get to the top of the organization, they're saying that whenever it comes, they're going to be number one man, number two man. And I'm going to tell you, they talk about making that big dough. See my point? Plus the prestige of being on the top. I'm saying people who are involved are now looking at the future. Wow, when we do get this police thing, phew, look out. They got a plan working right now where they're trying to figure out how they can get Nixon to declare martial law. It's in the planning stage right now. He would create martial law, and that would give an excuse to arrest hundreds of people, hundreds and hundreds. See what I mean? And once they arrest all these people, I'm going to tell you, there'd be no stopping it. Even if tomorrow morning you say martial law wasn't in effect, you see my point. They'd still have been out there, and they got control out there now. In other words, this would be a police state ever afterwards. Yeah. It's us.
Yes.
And in a way it did, right? All this infrastructure is now normalized. And in every police department, every major police department has a SWAT
exactly
team.
Like the nightmare that they were describing, like has become 100% true. I mean, we have like super militarized like police, like just roaming the streets like in American cities, like
just squads,
if they're
like
under
occupation, like
occupation.
goon squads, basically. Essentially.
Totally.
I would recommend to people, like, if you want to go read this book. We didn't really get to it today, but there's a really great like social history of the Los Angeles Police Department and like California law enforcement that comes kind of at the end of this book and traces the lineage of like this bullshit. The reason it was picked as like the concept car for this like techno surveillance like police state is, like the bona fides of the LAPD were really in like labor busting actions, like in the 1920s, 1930s. I forget the one, the chief read something, blanking on his name right now, but like he started his career in law enforcement as an infiltrator into the IWW, I think maybe around like 1920, and he did so well that he got elected like treasurer of the strike committee and was like completely informing and snitching on everybody, and then got them totally busted up and like driven out of Los Angeles. They were very, very hostile to like unionization and the views of like Ed Davis. And some of the early chiefs in the 30s and 40s were basically like Charles Lindbergh tier, like eugenics, like beliefs and shit. And they were always like heavily subsidized by big business and the mafia and everything else. Like it's always been in a way, like, despite the LA, California reputation, there's always been really sinister, like right-wing forces here. And it was a proper petri dish for, and even like Nixon and Reagan. Like we don't even almost think about them so much as like Californians in the modern sense, but like that's who like that's who's been president from California. Nixon and Reagan, like America first, like imperialist, like reactionary fascist lord. People, but propped up by like the people that would have been on the America First committee or be like Nazi curious, like in the 30s, or just believed in the ultimate power of like the authority of big business and labor infiltration and racism and everything else. But, so I guess we'll leave it there for today. But definitely check out this book. There's some KPFK recordings, I think, from Our Hidden History on that account on YouTube. That discuss the Lewis Tackwood thing and the secret intelligence networks and like California law enforcement and shit. And I think maybe next week, I think we're gonna pivot. We're gonna pivot to our final big California 70s story. Which is gonna be informed by a lot of this bullshit. You're gonna see like the ultimate like fruition of all of it come to a head. But thanks for watching, as always. Come get our eps on patreon.com/subliminaljihad. If you want to listen to the antecedents to these episodes. But
Word.
We'll get out of there for now. But until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.